I do have a pretty lofty goal on my Patreon. Well, actually, I have two. If we get to $500 a month, I'm going to just get rid of my I have a shiny badge. Check out my squeaky, squeaky, squeaky clean gray badge. It's great. It's beautiful. It looks lovely on you, animal. You know what I actually thought about doing? I thought about swapping them so that the 1-bit badge is like the most expensive possible one and going backwards, but I'm not going to do that. It would be kind of funny for trolling, though. If I hit $500 a month on my Patreon, I'll get rid of the sub goal. And then if we hit $1,000 a month on the Patreon, I will get rid of the weekly leaderboards. So the $1,000 a month one is pretty far off. I don't see us hitting that anytime soon. But that's the current goal. That's what I want. That's the direction I want the stream to go. So now that I'm done babbling about that shit, we need to figure out what the heck we're going to do in the histories of jealousy and toil. So, in the day forts, good job, Ghost. For fuck's sake. Hey, for keyboards, eh? So last week, we did this fort, as part of the Beer Belches fort, which was our Tavern fort. And, you know, last week was great. We had many cool events happen. Although our first death, unfortunately, was Redbeard, who died due to a log hitting him in the head, which was very unfortunate. But we built this cute little tavern, and it was lovely, especially when a werepanther showed up and murdered all of the elves and humans that were trading with us at the time. But then it went and turned back into a human, and one of the elves was able to strewn his guts across the floor, which was good. And then, you know, we did get an artifact done, and by the end, the tavern was popping, the bloodstains were great, and most of my dwarves were living just below ground by this cozy little tavern, which we'll have to go visit in adventure mode at some point. We did settle into the rhythm of day-to-day living beyond our meticulous concern, and it's definitely a fortress that we'll have to check back in the future. If you would like access to this Google Doc, it's all public in the chat right now. You can just go grab it. If you go to the overview page, this right here is the current version of the world. It's actually just a copy of the world. You can totally, if you want, download this world and follow along. It's a large portion of the fun. We haven't actually done any adventuring in this world yet, which I do need to get around to doing at some point. I'm thinking mostly about doing that during the late streams, late at night. So the one that I'm kind of thinking about doing is I kind of want to get all of the easy goals done quickly. So far we've done Tavern Fort, Bridge Soap Fort, and Soap Fort. And then there was also a Reclaim Fort, which I didn't actually write down here, but we've already done that. I'm thinking about doing a Fishing Fort. Thinking about doing a fishing fort. Unless there's something specific that you guys would like to see. We could also do an underwater fort. Go into the ocean and then, like, dig down into a pit. And then, like, make, like, a fort that's in, like, a trench kind of by the ocean, which could be kind of neat. That could be fun. I don't know what you're referring to, Animal, but I'm glad you got it fixed. So, that could be fun. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm kind of leaning towards Fishing Fort. We could do fishing or underwater. And also, if you do download the world, in the Legends tab down at the bottom, Stone has discovered two little stories, which are, one is listed in a screenshot, and then the other is listed in its own doc, the Werepanther Saga, which you can go and read through and discover all of the exciting things underwater. We could maybe do an underwater fishing fort too. Underwater could be fun though. So yeah, if you'd like to dig into all this stuff and have a peek, you can totally do that. But I need to copy. Duplicate. Copy of week 1. This will be week 4. You're to both? I think we'll do the underwater fort, because that would just be build on a beach, kind of dig a trench. Like let's do what I like to do now. Just let me put a marker into the chat. There we go. So if I just go to start playing, and then go to the Enchanted Planets. Let's just go to Legends real quick and have a peek around. Figure out exactly where we gonna settle. God, I feel like trash today. It's my life. All right, so year 320. Once again, we do know for a fact there's a dragon who lives right here. We know for a fact. We've done several forts. Kind of the spot that I was thinking about was down here. This little fortress right here is the Fortress of Archroads, which is a previous fortress that we did. I'm kind of thinking about we could do something like around this area. I think this could be fun. Maybe build an outpost like up here or something. Oh, of course. Oh, of course, animal. Oh, of course they will. But then again, there's plenty of like seashore areas that we could totally go for. Like if I wanted to do like up in this area, we could totally go for one of the various ocean sides like down here. There's also all of these dwarven civs that we haven't messed around with too much over here in this whole area. It's also like this area that I haven't even looked at all. There's like a whole faction down here that we haven't really messed about with. The Kingdoms of Safety, which is a really good name, by the way. I wonder how their OSHA reports are doing. Or how many OSHA violations they have. Yeah, and then plan for tomorrow is we will continue the Gift Vault, which is our holiday fort. And tomorrow's the 20th, so then the 21st we'll be doing more Gift Vault. 22nd will be a Jupiter Hell Day. 23rd-ish, we'll try and finish Gift Vault. Try. We'll see if we can. Otherwise, I'll keep it going beyond the holiday. That's fine. Yeah, I think this could be fun. Just kind of plopping a fort down over here in this area and doing an underwater fort in this weird swampy area. Although I think it would actually be easier to do in a desert. Could go up like up to this area. Holy crap, there's actually a really, really, really big cobalt sieve right up here. Kilkipakonkus. K-L-I, Kleekik Ponkus. Kleekiki Ponkus? I don't even. Fucking kobolds, man. But if we go down here and we go part of the same faction as this fort, Archroads, we could see some of our dwarves show up. So maybe we should do that. Or maybe we could even settle like right next to Archroads. That could be fun. Like literally right on top of it. Be like, oh, it's the bridge that then leads across to this fortress. I think that's probably what we'll do. I think we'll settle right next to Archroads. I'm actually kind of curious. Week 1 was Archroads. Let's have a peek at some of the dwarves who were alive in that fort. And we'll see if they're still around and what they're doing. So, Kibbs. Is still in Archroads. Made a masterful marble table. Hey, Zychron. How do? Do pretty good. How about Vuzel? What? Oh, interesting. Well, would you look at this? Warm Shadow, are you here? Vuzel was a member of the Hall of Rock. Near 317 ceased to be the expedition leader of the artificial jump and became romantically involved with Worm, who was Warm Shadow in this fort, got married with somebody else, and became the holy paint of the Doctrine of Papers. So is married, but has a lover who's warm. Warm, why are you? Where are you, rather? Is you dead? I can look you up, Vin. I'm not sure which fortress you were in. Mason to become a... Gave up being a mason to become a miner in 314. Vinsanti is dead. Was struck down by the goblin. Okay, hold on. You became a member of the Fierce Siege in the Dwelling of Cleansing. Although I think everybody kind of died in the Dwelling of Cleansing. The Dwelling of Cleansing had a rough end. Everybody like kind of instantly became zombies. You came back from the dead in the Dwelling of Cleansing. You were raised by our... is this Classic or Steam? Steam isn't publicly available yet, so nobody has access to it yet. So this is good old-fashioned DF. That's interesting that you assumed an identity. You came back from the dead in the Dwelling of Cleansing in the year 319. You assumed the identity, the Old Lure, and then fought in the ferocious assaults in the defense of the Dwelling of Cleansing and was struck down by a goblin. Yeah, nobody has access to the Steam version yet. Literally, it's just few internal testers, developers, and then the artists have access. Everybody else no. So we're just playing good old-fashioned vanilla classic. Yeah. Kind of sucks that your dwarf died, Vin. Sorry about that, but if you're new to DF, whoa. Not sure what happened there, but the game decided to crash. Interesting. I don't believe I've ever had a crash in Legends before. Let's just look up these other dwarves real quick. From last week, or from a few weeks ago, rather. So every Saturday, we do a completely different fortress with a different theme. I think I'm gonna try and build an underwater fort today. Copper, where the heck are you? Down at the bottom. You're still alive. Remember the Hall of Rock? You're a romantically involved as spaceship rat. I love how everybody in Archroads just like was lovers, basically. King also got married. King has a husband. Settled in Archroads and became a miner in Archroads. Sounds fun. Yeah. That's what we'll be trying to do. So probably, so anyway, since you just tuned in, might as well give you access to this. That is the Google Doc that I will kind of be following. If I open this up directly, this is the overview of all the stuff that's happened in the world. These are all of the updated world saves. So if you want to download this world as it currently sits, as I'm currently looking at it, it's this one right here. These are all the themes that we've kind of come up with that we need to go through and do. These are some stories from Legends that Stone found. These are the populations of the first few weeks. But as of last week, I decided it'd be kind of cool to do these screenshot collages of events that have happened. So this was the fourth we built last week. And I'm going to keep doing this now because I should have done this from the beginning, but we're going to be doing that for this week as well, which is going to be this. So yeah, I think that's where we're going to settle. We're going to settle right next to Archroads, which is the bridge fort that we built on week 2. So we're going to do that. And we're going to be right next to the previous fortress that we did. Yay, my Amazon package is arriving soon. I order way too much shit from Amazon this year. It's actually a problem. You're a historian? You are one of many, yes. I need someone to go, like, get the history of that dragon that we encountered once. We're in summer. Interesting. So yeah, today we will be embarking, building a new fort, and then retiring / abandoning, depending on the status of it by the end of it. Generally with these, we've retired them. I think only two have been abandoned. The Dwelling of Cleansing got abandoned, and Construct Veiled got abandoned, but everything else has been maintained. So I'm kind of thinking right here. Ooh, that even has shallow metal. Don't really want to do a deep aquifer, though. I like that the ocean has metal, which means if we dig under the ocean, we'll get shallow metals, which is fun. So this could be a lot of fun, actually. This could be a lot of fun. So when we built arch roads, which was on this ocean, which is this fortress right here, that long thing. When we built arch roads, we were seeing mako sharks, which is really cool. I kind of want to see if I can avoid aquifer. So since this area has an aquifer, I don't want to build right here, especially considering like it's not like I can build right on the fort, which would be cool because they won't let me embark in the same zone as the previous fort, which sucks. You remember the shark? Yeah, so that's part of the reason I want to embark in this area, because I'm thinking like, well, if we saw sharks before, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Delete that, cancel that. No notes. I hit N instead of M. So yeah, no, this is a scorching tropical saltwater marsh, which is joyous waters. Why no aquifer? Because I want to build an underwater fort, and aquifer would make that very difficult. Well, not difficult, but annoying. Because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to dig a big hole. I'm going to have to construct, with like the central staircase in the middle, a bridge off of the hole, and then release the ocean water into the fortress is what I'm going to have to do. So basically, like, open the floodgates and fill the hole up. What did I make out of them? I was very pleasantly impressed and happy to see a mako shark. Yeah, I don't really want to do varied aquifer. So there's an extra biome there. What's the extra biome? That's light aquifer, tropical saltwater marsh. Those all have aquifers, though. This area doesn't, though. The oceans of prison. Hot damn. I mean, if I just say... I don't generally do these, but oh, come on. Cancel that. An unnamed mule? Of course you're gonna find weird unnamed critters. Welp. So much for that dream of getting no aquifer in this whole area. I mean, yes, because it's in beer belches. So naturally it would be my mule. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it. All right, then. That's fine. So I guess what we'll have to do is just go for the light aquifer zone. I guess just fill it in as we get it. Here's the question. What is in... Do we want to have tower in range? Is, I guess, the question. Do I want that kind of fun? Brilliant Saber will be the faction. Then there's also the question of how do I want to do this? Because there's kind of two ways I could do an underwater fort. One of them is significantly less suicidal than the other. Okay? So there's the Safeway. The Safeway is a grocery store chain around here, but it's also dig a big hole, okay? Build a bunch of floodgates or bridges. Construct the entrance to the fort in the big hole. Build the fort under the big hole, and then let the water in by channeling out the edge. Okay, so that's the safe way, or safer way, because building an underwater fort isn't particularly safe. Why is there two oceans? What's the difference? Oh, I see. This one has shallow and that one doesn't. Interesting. So that's the safe way. The danger way is building a platform on the ocean with a hole in the center, building pumps all the way around the outside, and then pumping the water out, and then constructing in the center. That's the danger way, which I think would be a lot more fun, but also has the possibility that we won't finish it because it's going to take a lot longer to do that. If we're going to do it the safe way, I think building in range of the tower is a more reasonable thing to do. If we're going to do it the danger way, we might not want to be in range of the tower, because then I almost certainly will not get it done. So, I don't know. I guess that's going to kind of like depend on our embark spot. Because, I mean, we've got Joyous Wilds already, as well as a... ooh, that's a varied aquifer. That's sketch. Hey, Redbeard. Happy Saturday. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. There's no aquifer under that ocean. That's actually really cool. We may have just found our embark spot. Yeah, we've just found our embark spot. So that's an untamed wilds ocean, tropical saltwater swamp. Heavily forested, thick vegetation. We're not really going to need to worry about farming. Food will be plentiful. We are in range with goblins, and we are at war with goblins. We have a friendly fortress that's like a hop, skip, and a jump away. Okay, so I know where that is. Let's check this topside. I'm just curious about what biome this is. Okay, it's the same biome. It's just slightly different, but not by much. So I think that's going to be our embark spot. Let's see how deep the ocean is. Not actually that deep, too. Just medium. Yeah, I think we're going to go with that. I mean, it's going to be... Although I am thinking about one potential. We're going to need to build ourselves a well pretty quickly. Because we're not going to have a stream. So there's going to be well, actually, it is a tropical swamp, so there will probably be puddles everywhere. Maybe I want to boot us back up one tile. Whoopsies. Get a little bit more land space. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Could also just, like, make the fucking embark bigger. But that's gonna... You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I mean, we don't need to worry about frame rate too much because we're just doing the day fort, right? Let's just make the embark bigger. Because I want to have more land. Like the good imperialists that we are. Embark on a bigger piece of land. Letty Shameful Witch, the God-forsaken hate. A skunk with no eyelids and a bloated body. Are there any whales in that ocean? So we settled on this ocean once before because this fort right here, this guy, this little fort, is Archroads, which is a fort that we did in this world a little while ago, a couple weeks ago. And Archroads, we didn't see any whales, but we did see a bunch of mako sharks. So, fingers crossed. Also, this ocean is untamed wilds, so big things will spawn. And if we're going to be digging under or building underwater, well, that could go so wrong. I need to take a real quick toilet break, chat, and check my blood sugar because my blood sugar's been hyper out of whack all day, and I had to give myself a big correction shot this morning. So I will be back in a moment. Before we actually assign dwarves and everything, I've got to go through and do everything else. So we'll do everything else first, and we'll come back and do dwarf names last. If you have a name idea for the fort, grab that, because we'll need that. Back in a sec. All right, Animal. So you said the dwelling of drowning, right? I wonder if the word pool is available. Because... Drown pool. I can't go drowning pool. For those of you who don't know, Drowning Pool is the band that wrote the hit song, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. There you go. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the YouTube anthem. All hail the YouTube anthem, circa 2007. Yeah, I can't do drowning, unfortunately. I mean, we could go water pool. A friend of mine was convinced for years that that song was actually written by Rob Zombie under a different name. Took me years to prove to him that Drowning Pool was actually a band. Like, a real band. You know, it's hard to believe. They seem like a fake band. Water pool, whirlpool. I mean, if I call it whirlpool, we'll just get sued by Whirlpool. So that's probably not the best plan there. I don't like it. I don't like water pool at all. I might call it something's pool. Learned pool, born pool. We're born pool. Birth pool. Ugh. Sticky. Respect pool. Merc pool. Murky? Merked pool. Also, welcome to the Discord, Chad. Scarlet Pool. Look at the different colors. Blackpool? Next thing you know, someone's gonna be suggesting Deadpool. Which actually, yeah, just call a fort Deadpool. Salt pool? I mean, it is a saltwater swamp and an ocean. The Moist Chambers. See, that the Moist Chambers, pretty good group name. Rotisserie pool? I'm in. I'm hungry. Good rotisserie sounds nice right now, not gonna lie. Then the dwarves will break the fourth wall. Streamer is playing video game. It was inevitable. Are we entertainment? Sad face. There's so many strange words. I could go with cluster pool. Or just like not use the word pool to begin with. It's the dump pool. Drip pool. Drip. Drip, drip, drip dive. Drip dive? Drip jumped. Drip, drip jumps. Drip leap. Drip wisdom. Wisdom drip. Damp wasn't a word. Besides, we're not gonna be damp. We're gonna be fucking drenched. Drip, dive, dodge, drop, and drip. What? Drip Quest. It's like, it's a sequel to Space Quest, except like featuring underwater ocean stuffs. Drip Dweller sounds kind of good, actually. But we just did a dwelling fort. Actually, Ocean Dweller is pretty good, but Oceanswamps. You know, actually, that's very accurate. Oceanswamps. Ocean swim. Ocean swims. Ocean swallows? Ocean swallow. I kind of like that, actually. Ocean swallow? Swelter? Ocean swelters? Which is also accurate because it's very warm. We're scorching hot. It's like, it's basically a desert here, except it's a tropical swamp. We're building a fort in Florida. Swelteringly hot, joyous wilds, untamed wilds in the ocean. So what we're saying is it's most of Twitch chat then, Animal. Rock Fountain? I like Rock Fountain, actually. That's a good one. Rock Fountain could be the name of our crew. I might go with Ocean Sweltered. Ocean Sweltered? Sweltereds? Swelt? I'm not going to go with Ocean Swallowed because that's going to end with a lot of cum jokes. Ocean Swamps is also really good because it's just like a description of where we are. We are in the swamp by the ocean. Also, Murger Ugred is also a really good name. Murger Ugred. Urbiger, what's up, by the way? It's good to see you. Hello. I hope that you found my response to the comment on YouTube satisfactory. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with Oceanswamps. Just let me put that in the title so I don't lose it. And stick it in the dock. Right under beer belches. I'm just filling out a bunch of stuff here. So, underwater fort, ocean swamps. Underwater fort is the goal. Actually, goal. Don't drown. I should not capitalize that. Don't drown everyone is the goal. Where did underwater go? Did I accidentally delete it? I think I did. Bridge fort, dig too deep, bee farmers. Oh, reclaim needs to be lined out because we did that. I think I deleted it. Underwater fort. Thunk. There we go. All right, so let's go to the group name. I really like Rock Fountain. The rock chast ropes. Rock fountains. Rock fountains of... Oh, I can't say of damp. Rock fountains of artifice. I don't think water is a word. Rock fountains of dance, deer, doors, fears, flames, feet, fruits. Hills, hopping, ink, ivy, jackals, jesters, killing, kissing, kindness, lard, larks. I'm going with rock fountain, Erbiger, not rough, moist. I like that one too much. Rock fountain of salt. Rock fountains of salt is our faction name. So the group name is the Rock Fountains of Salt. The fort name is Oceanswamps. Now I need a symbol. Let's say dwarf. One dwarf. And mako. Longfin mako shark. Fighting. The dwarf is fighting with the longfin mako shark. The clean bolt. Actually, no, we can go with rough moist for this one. Rough. Because you guys want me to put the word moist in here somewhere. Rough moist is the name of our symbol. An image of a dwarf, a longfin mako shark, and the dwarf is fighting with the longfin mako shark. Let's see if I can... I think sun? A blazing sun. The blazing sun is admiring the dwarf. What a what? What are you trying to tell me, cutest? I don't know what CP4 is. So you're going to have to elaborate a little bit. It feels great to have an influence on my fort. It's called being in my chat and hanging out. This is a collaborative experience. I mean, if you want to get references to Creeper World, you got to be a little bit more, a little bit quicker on it, I guess. Besides, I wouldn't even know what to reference because I don't understand any of the Creeper World lore, which apparently annoyed a lot of people watching the stream. Apparently people are like way into the Creeper World lore. I was unaware of this. I thought people just played Creeper World, but I guess I'm weird not caring about the lore. Because I could give two shits. So then how do you know what to reference? If you don't care. Just blowing up water? Considering we're not going to be blowing up water, so it's inaccurate. All right. What should we bring? Well, we're going to have plenty of wood. So wood is a non-issue here, so I can just get rid of all this dumb wood shit. Food's also not really going to be much of an issue. I'm not sure where the Caligula reference comes in, but hi. Has anyone else here actually seen that Caligula movie? Because don't, but whenever people mention Caligula, it just pops like flashbacks of that shit into my brain. No idea what that is. It's good. It's like the highest budget porn movie of all time. Actually, I think that was that Pirates of the Caribbean parody, technically, but... I'm not sure how the two are connected, Dunlap, but... Alright, we'll just bring a bunch of extra ale. I really hate it when people just say triggered with no context. I really hate it. Really, really, really hate it. It's just odd. Why is it odd? Oh, because you found a civil war. I get you. Wanted to fight Neptune? I mean, he was also just a complete and total psychopath, but...
Hey there.
Hey, Crow. What up, dude? Thank you very much for keeping that Prime subscription alive for another month. It's good to have you back. 16 months. It's continuing. Ah, it's all good, Redbeard. Thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for a 16th month. It's good to have you back. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping fund this, whatever this is. My life. Have a sip of coffee to that. All right. What the kind of animals should we bring this? Let's bring 2 doggies. 3 doggies. 2 doggies. Let's bring a couple extra cats. I haven't been bringing as many cats recently. I kind of want some cats this time. Because we are... I'm debating as to whether or not I want to bring some livestock with me, like proper livestock. I don't know what kind of animals are going to be spawning, though. I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest. A little bit nervous. I'm going to bring 2 extra battle axes. Like I said, I'm nervous. Very nervous. You know, let's just bring a bunch of ducks. Let's bring a bunch of ducks. Bunch of baby ducks, a couple ducklings, and 2 drakes. I like ducks. So what you're saying is there's a civil war happening within the goblins, and it's just like small bandit groups of goblins within the bigger goblin faction just like attacking each other? Is there enough there to make like another saga? But that's not the point. You know, I want them for their eggs, not Sonovi. Although, I mean, if you want me to bring a bird that's just as easy to farm that does yield meat, I could bring turkey. 'Cause turkeys do. I think geese also do. But no, you get eggs from them. That's the point of them. Let's bring 2 sows and a male piglet. And then I think the rest I'm just gonna put into alcohol. Actually, no, let's leave a couple extra points in case I want to put them into my dwarves. All right, who is alive in Archroads? Because those are the ones that are the most likely to show up here. Okay, so the dwarves that were alive in Archroads are Kibbs, Vuzel, Copper, King, Metsus, and Spaceship Rat. I don't think any of them are actively here, so it doesn't actually matter what naming schemes we go with. So if you'd like a dwarf in this fort, well, you know what to do. Raise your hand in chat. So Silvershy, Shad, does that mean you want a dwarf? Bastat? I mean, I'm not picky. Anybody can have dwarves at any point. Zychrom, there you go. There's 3 different U's already, and one of those U's is alive and well and at a fort that's a hop, skip, and a jump away, part of the same faction, so it's highly likely you'll just walk over here. I would almost be surprised if you didn't. I'm gonna give Ghost a dwarf and Crow for the resub. What, a Caves of Cud problem? There's too many clones of me in the world. Too many clones of me. Yes, of course it should go in the Discord. I'm gonna post these into the document, by the way. Stone is like the local historian here. There we go. I've added it to the doc. So there you go. So if you want to see about this little gobby civil war, you can open it up right here and read about it. The fiery hex attack the evil of swallowing. Hear that, chat room? Swallowing is evil. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Free chill dwarf, or rather the peaceful one. I mean, we'll be getting migrant waves, so we can totally get other people in who didn't get dwarves in this first run. This is just the first 7, right? But yes, you're more than welcome to get dwarves. Although, actually, before I do anything else, I'm just going to write down the names of these dwarves in the doc. All right, let's get to know these dwarves a little bit. Silversheep, people can be so angry, and I just don't understand it. His very long sideburns that are neatly combed, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. He has very low cheekbones, and he has a very broad chin. His ears are short, and his nose is slightly hooked. His emerald eyes are slightly sunken, and his hair is copper. His skin is cinnamon. He personally values tradition and values nature and dreams of mastering a skill. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, is slow to anger, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Doesn't seek out excitement and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shitty weather, which is a certain possibility. We might actually end up with very rough weather in this fortress because of the location. Although because it is so hot, rain is hopefully less likely. Occasional rain is fine, but non-stop rain would be kind of brutal. So, fingers crossed it's less rainy. So, Bastet, I don't understand why they have to be that way. She is 74 years old, born on the 7th of Felsite in the year 248. She is tall and incredibly skinny. Her aquamarine eyes are sunken. Her hair is wavy, and her short hair is neatly combed. She has a deeply recessed chin, and her ears are short. Her hair is dark brown, and her skin is dark brown. She personally truly values merrymaking and parties, values peace over war, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She likes to brawl, and she has a calm demeanor. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. I think we just found our military captain. And is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is generally grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is slow to trust others. She doesn't focus on material goods and occasionally overindulges. She tends to avoid crowds and can handle stress. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a narrow focus, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and idly chews her lips when she's bored, laughs loudly when she's excited, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Shad says, I feel alright. She is 62 years old, born on the 7th of Timber in the year 260. Her ochre eyes are close set, her hair is clean shaven, and her nose is upturned. Her ears are short, and her hair is burnt sienna. Her skin is cinnamon and her nose bridge is slightly convex. I really need to figure out how to get VLC to normalize its audio a little better. I have the audio normalization settings turned on, but it just doesn't work as well as I'd like. Not super big on that. She was always tense and jittery, but very trusting. Very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She isn't particularly ambitious and is assertive. She does not often feel lustful and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. There we go. She occasionally overindulges and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And she rarely feels discouraged, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She starts to stutter when she gets angry and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Her oak-cure eyes are close set, her hair is clean shaven, and her nose is upturned. Her ears are short, and her hair is burnt sienna. So Novi, huh? What's that? She says. She is 84 years old, born on the 24th of Granite in the year 238. Most of these dwarves are pretty middle-aged. She is tall. They're often tall. These dwarves are very tall, which is interesting. Yeah, very well kept, but tall dwarves. The one that you shared first is the newest of the conflicts. Do you want to put them together into a dock then? Stone? Because that would make it would make it easier for me to pin then. So they could keep their heads above water. It's got nothing to do with that. She is tall and her hair is clean shaven. Her heliotrope eye. What color is heliotrope? Heliotrope. Ah. Violet. Purple. It seems to be more violet than purple, considering it's showing violets. So her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and she has very low cheekbones. Her ears are short, and her tan skin is wrinkled. Her hair is auburn with a touch of gray, and her nose is somewhat broad. She personally values artwork, sees introspection as important, and does not care about friendship, and dreams of raising a family. She is very greedy, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has an active sense of humor, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she can handle stress. She occasionally overindulges, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, needs alcohol to get through the working day. You sure they aren't just human alcoholics? I mean, Zycrom, I don't feel like I need to chase anything. He is 78 years old, born on the 15th of Hematite in the year 244. His nose bridge is very convex. He has low cheekbones, and he has a deeply recessed chin. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. Clean shaven hair, neatly combed beards, and varying color skin and eyes. His emerald eyes are slightly sunken, and his hair is dark chestnut. His skin is pink, and his slightly upturned nose is short. He personally sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of creating a great work of art. So you, Bastet, and Novi can all go in the military. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and only rarely tries to assert himself in the conversation. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and often acts with compassion. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is slow to trust others, does not go out of his way to help others, and he is slow to anger. He has little interest in joking around and can handle stress. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and sometimes acts with determination and confidence. He isn't particularly ambitious, and when there's a pause in the conversation, he often starts talking to himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Well, Alright. Ghost. She is 52 years old, born on the 28th of Limestone in the year 270. Her very round amethyst eyes, another different color of eyes, are close set. Her nose is quite long, and her somewhat splayed out, free-lobed ears are short. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is dark chestnut. Her long hair is arranged in double braids, and her skin is pale brown. She personally doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values good craftsmanship, and values romance, and says we should all work together. Dreams of creating a grand work of art. She is very comfortable around others that have a different, okay, let's start this over. Very comfortable around others that are different from herself. And she is an unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this as she values friendship. She is stubborn and often feels envious of others and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, is assertive and gives her knuckles a good crack when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Last but not least, Crow. She says, you must never forget true loyalty and repay it in full. She is 57 years old, born on the 4th of Obsidian in the year 265. She is tall and her hair is clean shaven. Her nose is extremely short, and holy fuck, this music is epic. It's making me change my voice. Her short, free-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad, and she has deeply recessed chin. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is copper, her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are amethyst. Okay, you also have amethyst eyes. She personally values self-control and doesn't really value merrymaking, but dreams of raising a family. I mean, I have a permanent dot on my chin from where my braces split through my lip because my older sister stepped on my head at the bottom of a pool sklug. Not quite the same as getting her head smashed into the floor of a gym, but that happened to me. True story. It hurt. Actually, I didn't really feel it until after I saw it, and then it hurt. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. She is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Okay, so I think that this dwarf is actually just my ex. To the point of distraction and almost never feels discouraged. Never mind, nothing like my ex. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Never mind, just like my ex. She does not. She often feels lustful and feels the need to pursue. Wait, hold on. She often feels lustful. She's very humble. Yeah, nothing like my ex. And she doesn't often experience any strong cravings or urges. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is often nervous. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tends to not reveal any personal information, and she tends to be passive in discussions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, I still have arrows in my knees from back when I used to reference Skyrim caffeine. All right, well. Now I need to decide if someone's going to get skills. Silver She, I'm going to give you a few points in woodcutting. Well, actually, carpentry. 1 in carpentry. Shad, you can also have a point in carpentry. And I'll just tab back over to items. Put the rest into wine. All right, well, that's it. We're gonna go build an underwater fort, friends. Since we got the exciting music still playing. So Silver, you know how you posted that Fiona tweet? Dwarf? Well, she typoed in DMs at me because I asked what time the newsletter was gonna go live, and she's just like, "It's my first time doing an FD newsletter," and I was like, "Do you mean DF?" And she's like, "Yes, yeah, that. Whoops." I was like, "This will probably be late." I was like, "Okay, cool." Safe Sloth, it's good to see you. How you doing, man? You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Ikamast. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Actually, no, it's summer. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the dingo men get hungry. Well, that's a different one. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Gurgred. Oceanswamps. Strike the ocean. Or the earth, whatever's easier. McGruff? No, that's not what I said, but... Alright, so we're gonna pause. So this is a pretty big embark, which means it's probably gonna be a little laggy. But this will hopefully be an interesting embark. Luckily, we have plenty of pools. That's a lot of trees. What kind of trees we have? Paradise nuts, highwood, okay. Feather trees. Pomegranates. More nuts. Guava. Hello, Norstad. Willow. Finger limes. I learned about finger limes recently. They sound delicious. Tea tree. Look at that. You get tea tree oil. Not that that's a thing in DF, I don't think. More finger limes. Date palms. So it is kind of a long embark. It's bigger than normal. But we're going to be building a giant platform out over top of that ocean and trying to drain it. So we'll see how this goes. See how big these waves are. Here they come. Watch all my dwarves just get washed into the ocean and drown. Absolutely serene. Can't tell where the ocean begins and ends. Are we like right at the edge? Wow, we basically are. That's a safe embark point. Well, time to begin the embark collage. So grabbing a screenshot. It's up in the Google Doc now. All right, well, we need somewhere to live. So I'm thinking we're going to kind of dig out into this clay. What's one layer down? What is this? It's white sand. We go a few layers down. What do we see? I'm looking for materials. I'm also very curious to see what's going to spawn in the ocean. Well, so far, not too much, just white sand. White spotted puffer. Yeah, Twitch did what I think it did. Cool. Mm-hmm. Looking forward to stitching this VOD together. All right, we back? Cool. Chat, can I get a round of beers and sad faces, because I get to download both my VODs today and stitch them together. Cool. Mostly because I want to know how many people can actually see the stream right now. That's why I'm asking for the round of beers. It's just extremely fucking frustrating. Yeah, I won't harp on it too much, but it always takes the wind out of my sails whenever that happens. It's very demoralizing. All right. So I need a space for us to sleep. So we're gonna do very small bedrooms. They're gonna literally just be like holes in the muddy room. We're gonna be making wooden doors, and everything's just gonna be super cramped because, well, we have to get this living space done, right? Well, the beds will be nice. The bedroom is just gonna be very minimalist, I guess, by Dwarven standards. And this is going to give us, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it'll give us plenty of bedrooms. All right, so this little space here, this is going to be our meeting / dining area. And there will be more space for us to make more bedrooms. If and when we need them, I'll just designate some more, but I won't actually connect them. Yeah, fortunately it came back up quickly and I didn't actually need to restart OBS like I did the other day. It's really frustrating, you know, like we do all these things to keep people around, and Keep people watching and then Twitch just shuts the stream off. It's like, what? The first time it happened, I thought it was actually like my stream got claimed or something. That was my assumption, but that's not what it is. It's literally just their servers are derping, which is very frustrating. I know it's happened to Jess quite a bit, so I shouldn't be complaining. All right. But how you doing today, Safe Sloth? Let's get the conversation going again, chat, because we're a little bit quiet right now, and it's probably getting... Feel free to complain. Don't ever fucking give me that license, because I'll never shut the fuck up. I just want to talk about anything. Let's just get a conversation going. Because we had one, and then we got quiet for one reason or another, which is okay, but... Goblin Civil War is happening? Tell me about it. Talk to me about Goblin Civil War. What really grinds your gears? When your neighbors are just listening to Tears for Fears? I don't know, it rhymed with grinds my gears. I don't know what grinds your gears. Is that actually what you were gonna say? It's just, I just thought of a rhyme and had to roll with it. What kind of sand is that? How come I'm getting floor fungus? I haven't broken into the caverns. Weird. That's actually kind of strange. Actually, Bastet, I'm gonna give you wood cutting. Some of these trees are huge. Like, genuinely, some of these trees are huge. I'm not even familiar with the artist. So, hold on a second, I'm getting a phone call. My Amazon package has arrived, so I gotta go get that. So I'm just gonna leave the VOD paused for a second here. Chat, could I get a big round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. Apologies about the stream going offline for a second there. Hopefully that fucking stops. Jesus. But, you know, we lost, what, 30 people who were watching, so that's pretty great. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just gotta go grab an Amazon package from the front door.
limpiar huesos.
All right, I return. Hopefully no more disruptions. Yeah, I love watching Oceans too. It's one of their, like, I know a lot of people are really partial to, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? A lot of people really like, certain types of forts just because they like watching them. I like doing ocean forts just because I like watching the ocean. Yeah, I'm really confused as to why I have cavern moss down here. I was not expecting that. Very much was not expecting that. You may or may not be engaged. I was excited about being engaged once, but congratulations. I don't think I'm ever gonna get married, frankly. I've had a few people be like, oh, it's just a matter of meeting the right person. Nah. Fucking old-fashioned garbage. Need wooden floors up in here. At least for that hallway. Let's grab us a carpenter shop, get us some doors made. 2 carpenter shops. I mean, it doesn't matter what your sexual orientation is. It's just old-fashioned. Being the right person is the other half? I don't believe there is any right person. All right, I need buckets. Which is E. We also need those 2 splints, 2 crutches. Can just start working on beds. You can do a bunch of doors. Let's just put a wood stockpile right here. I think that the only person I trust in life is me. So, like, genuinely, that's just where I'm at these days. It's more of just I don't trust other people, like, at all. How the fuck am I ever gonna trust somebody to spend the rest of my life with them? Like, fuck that. But it's okay. You do what works for you, Sloth. And congratulations in this instance. Trust chat? I trust chat with my paychecks. Because without chat, I wouldn't have paychecks. So I guess I kind of trust chat. So I guess there's that. Still waiting on those doors. Well, more doors, but we got a few done. Really confused as to where the fuck this cave moss is coming from. That's actually bizarre. All right, do we have any animals spawning? Just albatrosses? Don't really like the featherwood door right there. It's hard to parse. So let's get rid of that. Cave moss is on the surface, yeah, and I haven't broken into any cavern layers. Not on this map, anyway. Elsewhere in the world, yeah. But I've never just had cave moss growing immediately. So yeah, I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. Like, I know we broke into the cave layers on arch roads, but that was... Take you off of wood hauling specifically. You haul one more piece of wood. Just want you mining. Same with Crow. Let's take you off of wood hauling too. So otherwise they're just going to be hauling wood the entire time. It's not exactly effective use of their time. They're just going to mine out all this first. So I can get wood walls in here so they look a little bit better. This is just going to be like living space, storage space, all that jazz. Yeah, I guess because of my life experiences, I'm like not a great person to be like, yo, I'm engaged, to get really happy responses from. I'll just, my response will always just kind of be, ooh, good luck. Wish you all the best. Regardless of like how cutesy it is, it's like, I guess I'm just jaded these days. Anybody who knows me well would know why. I'm stoked for Dire, yeah, but I still have the same thoughts. I mean, I'll go say congratulations and all that jazz, but do I honestly think that? No. Because it's a social obligation to say congratulations. Doesn't mean that's how I actually feel. You've seen it work really well in some people. Yeah, I mean, you can have a great romantic relationship and not have to sign legal contracts to say that you can't move out if you change your mind in 30 years. So yeah, no, it does work for some people for sure, but for me, you'll get a congratulations and then best of luck, and that's about it. Beyond that point, I can't really say anything. Which is what I offered Dyer. A congratulations and a best of luck. Hope it works. I'm just too jaded about this sort of thing, I guess. All right, let's get these walls done, and then we'll get some more beds built. Because priority number 1 is basically just beds and doors. I want to get all these dwarves into bedrooms, even though they're going to be ugly as heck, little tiny holes in the wall. I just want them to have better beds or proper bedrooms, if nothing else. Can we just get a lease on a marriage? Like, re-sign the contracts every 2 years? Just like, be like, okay, how are we doing? We're all right. Still happy? Okay, we'll re-sign the contracts for another 2 years. Okay, cool. Another 2 years term living together. I'd be down for that. Just like a marriage rental. Giant crab, eh? Giant enemy crab? Ooh. I'll bet you that this... Jesus, he's moving fast. Crap, this guy's covering ground. It's worth signing the lease. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely benefits to it. In fact, I know I have friends who've gotten married because of tax deductions and stuff. I mean, heck, the reason I was common law married for so long was because of tax deductions. Marriage rental. I mean, it sounds like the name of a sitcom. It is done. It is done? Do you have a name for this saga? Stone? I mean, although a marriage rental should be like what you do in Las Vegas when you go into one of those like side of the road drive-in marriage places. That's basically a marriage rental. We're gonna get married and then tomorrow we're gonna get divorced in the same building. Fiery Hex Goblin Civil War. Oopsies, I just clicked the wrong icon. And opened up Premiere Pro. Whoops. Do you have a link, Stone? Oh, I see, it's over there. Found it. So I'm adding this to the Legends tab in the document. All right, we're going to make all these into bedrooms mighty quick. That'll be enough bedrooms for our current number of dwarves. All right. Let's make some tables and chairs. God, this feels sacrilegious making everything out of wood. Put 2 pieces of flooring down there and there. What does it have to do with me being a man? In this instance, safe sloth. This has to do with a human who had really shitty experience with a person. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm a dude. Happiest years of my life. Right? Combine that with then the worst year of my life because of that person. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm a man. Absolutely nothing. It's okay. Hopefully you'll never have that experience. Also, if you're looking at YouTubers for marriage advice, man. Yeah, that's a world I know nothing about, Redbeard. Oh, it very much is. It exists because of religious restrictions. Like, that's why marriage exists. All right, I need a everything stockpile. So let's do food, ammo, coins, gems, finished goods, leather, that, all the way down. Perfect. But no, safe sloth. That statement that you just made irks me dearly. This music's way too epic for that statement, but even that I mean, yeah, no, totally. Completely agree. Wait, what? All right, so this is all about just getting this. Why are we talking about Islamic marriage? Out of curiosity, where did this subject come up? I wonder if we're gonna get at traders this year. We might. We might also get an early migrant wave, which is a good thing that I've already made all these bedrooms. I guess I just missed the part where it came out. I was joking about something that somebody else said. I didn't want to start a whole subject talking about Islamic marriages. Sure. But I really, really hate what you said, Safe Sloth. I really, really hate what you said. Because it's wiping off my experience and stating that it's your opinion because you're a man. That's really shitty. Really, really shitty. So, I'll just say that. I lost a lot of respect for you in the last 20 minutes. But that's acceptable. You do you, man. Whatever makes you happy. Sensitive topics. Yep. It happens. I don't care if you're trying to be personal. Think about what you're saying. That's my advice to you and what you can take away from this conversation. Think about what you're saying. Opinion comes from life experience. And don't write off somebody's experience based on what Stone just said. What genitalia they have or what their social gender is. Don't do that. My statements and opinions come from life experience. Very important life experience for me. In other news, I made a damn fine cup of coffee today. All right, so the way we're going to do this is I'm going to be harvesting a shit ton of wood over the next little bit. Once we get everything inside, we're going to build some really big wood stockpiles on this beach right here. What are those? Water buffalo. Oh, hey, we got water buffalo just naturally wandering through. How cute. Then what we're going to do is we're going to start making machine components. We're going to build us a really big wind generator. We are in range of goblins, but that's a hell of an aquifer. It's called an ocean. Bit more than an aquifer. Also, that answers that question. I'm not going to bother building them a trading depot because I got nowhere to trade. Or nothing to trade, rather. Who's our expedition leader, by the way? Silver She's the expedition leader. Ah. How long have I been playing DF? The first time I played DF, in quotes, was in 2009. But I didn't get heavily into it until about 2018. But I would install, try it, bounce off it, install, generate a world, mess about for 20 minutes, and delete it, rinse and repeat from about 2009 until about 2017. So it took almost 10 years for me to actually get into DF. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, I have a suspicion of what I'm going to need, so I'm going to ask you to bring me some leathers, some silk cloths, and some plant cloth, because we're not going down to the caverns anytime soon. So I'm also going to ask for some steel bars, and maybe also iron bars. Well, then we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And I look forward to our meeting next year. Silver She. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right. First off, something I want to do. I want to check out the Brilliant Saber. Nobody named has made it into, what the hell? Baron of Helm's Growls / Goblin Fish Cleaner. We've got Goblin royalty in this faction. Interesting. Anything special about this embark location? So key tracks, the goal for this fort, we're going to try and build an underwater fort. So I'm going to use the pumping technique where I'm going to build a big square out on the ocean, and we're going to pump the water out of it and try and construct in the middle of it. Fingers crossed it works. Might not work. That's the goal. Yes, Crow, which is why I said that I'm a little bit pissed off with what Sloth said. But yeah, that's the goal. There's two ways we could do it, technically. Because this is a day fort, we are going to either finish this fort today or abandon it today. Also, I'm going to take wood out of this stockpile because I kind of want it over in the outside one. There's also all of this wood that still needs to come over, but I'm going to chop down more trees. We are on a good biome, so it's a Joyous Wilds biome. The ocean is untamed wild, so hopefully we get whales or sharks spawning. I've done other forts. I did another fort on this ocean once before called Arch Roads, which you can find on my YouTube channel if you go back a couple weeks. Arch Roads, we built a bridge from the mainland out to this area. So this would be like this faction's first expedition and fortress in this portion of the world, which was previously inaccessible. The fortress that I did once before is behind my camera. It was this one, Arch Roads, which is of the artificial jump, and currently has 100 dwarves living there. So now we're down here. So same faction. Yeah, so we built a bridge over onto this chunk of land with all these humans and necromancers on it, as well as a tower that is owned by kobolds, which is awesome. Yeah, so this is our little fortress down here. The site government of the rock fountains of salt of the brilliant saber, the fortress of Oceanswamps. We're on an ocean and a swamp. Very creative name. Just worried for a second there when I saw that red text pop up. I guess the lesson that should be learned here from the statement, Sloth, yeah, the apology is accepted, but think about this, right? Don't ever, especially when you're talking to me, write off somebody's experiences based on the way they look, where they were born, their gender, their race. It's never going to get a good response. Like, if you tell somebody, oh, you just feel that way because you're a man, or you just feel that way because you're a woman, or you just feel that way because you were raised in the country, or you just feel that way because you're Christian, never gonna get a good response. It's dismissing somebody's life experiences based on something that is out of that person's control that, frankly, you have no fucking idea about. So, don't ever do that. You're getting married and you want to be excited? You also told literally the worst person in the world that you're getting married and that I should be excited for you. Right? I mean, congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck. But that's about it. That's all I can say. Okay, Zychron, that's your bed. Zychron's got the one on the end. Shad's got that one. Novi's got that one. Not very many dwarves have actually claimed sleeping space, but... And some claim those upper ones. Silvershy and Ghost are now have sleeping spaces. Words are difficult. Playing without Dwarf Therapist? This is completely vanilla. So I'm not using Therapist, I'm not using DF Hack, I'm not using anything. Well, would you look at that? So I suspected this. I have a new arrival. And I do have a request, so... Urbiger asked for a dwarf from the first migrant wave, so I can do that. What are those walls white? They're not snow, they're sand. Well, welcome, Urbager. Is angry after getting into an argument. This is a dwarf from a previous fort. Is married to Metsus. Well, would you look at that? 72 years old, born on the 11th of Limestone in the year 250. So let's learn a little bit about you. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, views loyalty unfavorably, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Also, LPBSC2. I have no idea how to say your name, but thank you for the follow. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has an active imagination and tends to hang on to grievances. He is trusting and he likes to brawl. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is quick to anger and he has a greedy streak. He's grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He can handle stress and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know, you might actually just... Okay, you and another dwarf are going to start our military, I think. And then we also have Metsus, who's a dwarf from a previous fort, who has moved here. It's nice when that happens. It's been a while since I've actually had that happen, so welcome to the fort, Metsus. Let's see what else we got. A horse? Is that just a married couple and their horse? Looks kind of like it's just a married couple and their horse. A stray horse at that. Yep, married couple and their horse. Well, good shit. I need somewhere to pasture my animals, so... Everything's nice except the loyalty part. I mean, who doesn't see loyalty unfavorably, let's be honest? That's just gonna be a free meeting room. We're gonna set a flow zone to flow up to there. Inn/tavern. The lunch of constructs, that works. Long-term residents only. And we now officially have a tavern. Most of these dwarves are pen and pasturing our animals. Giant albatrosses. They're kind of horrifying. Then dwarves go back to hauling everything into the fort. Let's hang out while they bring everything over. It's going to be a little bit of unloading for a little bit here. We'll give you carpentry, and I need an engineer, so you can have mechanics, Novi. Let's make another carpenter shop. And let's make a mechanic shop. Do I make stockpiles for stones? If and when I have stones, yes. And sometimes I'll set them as loading specifically for mason shops. Usually I have stockpiles for stones, yes. Currently I don't, because this fort just started and we don't have access to any stones yet. No combat reports, which is good. concept of giant albatrosses is kind of terrifying. So we know for a fact that there is a giant marsh titan just kind of hanging out here. I kind of have a feeling, just a feeling. We might see something of that. Gonna need to make some wooden cups. So we'll make a craft store shop up here. I need a wood crafter. Erberger, we're gonna give you wood crafting. Would be fun. But that would be a fun way for the fort to die. Got a feeling screams, yes. That's some beautiful white sand. Apparently the duck is inaccessible. There's so much stockpile hauling that needs to get done. Might actually just make a nice big wood stockpile. We'll make a couple wood stockpiles. So let the dwarves fill those up. So we are going to need to dig down to rock just so that we can make mechanisms. Don't dig that many up in the first place. A running builder for about 250,000 dug stones. Is that like an accurate number? Because like the only way to remove the lag from that is to remove them before they get used. So don't dig that many. That's quite literally like the only fix for that. How do you make them generate less lag? Don't dig that many or turn them into crafts. Because like with Long Death, we had about 15,000 boulders when I was finished digging out the pit. And I just spent 10 years making crafts and giving them away to everybody who showed up. Why is this so much louder than everything else? What the fuck? VLC, your normalization... Like, VLC, I love you, but your normalization is terrible. So you can't sleep? You should sleep. Let's go 10 Z levels down. Because I need boulders. Is that still sand? Nope, that's granite. Okay, that's more than enough. I can stop digging. No, I wanted you to cancel that. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just let you go down to here. So this is going to be our quarry. What's this? Oh, marble. Marble and granite. Those are two nice types of stone. How do I want to do this? Let's just do this. dig little tunnels out. Nice is the nicest type of stone. Only if you're mining it in the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had abandoned. We tried real hard. Jimmy quit and Joey got married. Should have known that we'd never get far. I don't know why I'm just like spouting out summer of '69 lyrics right now, but I am. This is my reality currently. Not gonna lie, that song's still good though. And there we go. Still so much wood to come over. This is gonna take a while. I'm really worried about these waves washing over the stuff that we build. But we gotta get those filled up first before we do anything else. You can have stone crafting, and I'm gonna make some rock mugs. So we have something for the tavern. How's Dwarven Moods doing? Bitter after getting... Why'd you get into an argument, Bastet? Dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Well, we'll get some of those made. Once you guys are done digging this. And then I can also make a featherwood bridge. And once we start getting rock mechanisms built, we can hook up a little mechanism to that bridge in case something bad shows up. Although, if it breathes fire, if something bad shows up, it can still just burn that bridge down. I'm intentionally kind of leaving that as a weakness for the fort. Although this fort has a few intentional weaknesses, which is part of what makes it fun. Personally, though, if I had to select a favorite type of stone, I would probably say my favorite type of stone would be marble. I love the way marble looks, just naturally. Marble's really nice looking. What are you doing? Okay, you're working on rock mechanisms. Good stuff. Get to work, Novi. I like that we already have a dwarf, though, that's just like immigrated here. Favorite gem? I wouldn't say I have one, to be honest. I mean, I guess like the default answer would be like my birthstone, but... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a good person to ask on that one. There aren't really a lot of gems in my life, I guess. Although those sky diamonds are a pretty nice meme. There we go. Actually got mugs now, which is excellent. Still bringing more wood down. Favorite metal? Iron Maiden. Wait. I don't know. Probably iron, because I've got a nice cast iron pan. To be calcite. Calcite shouldn't even be considered a stone. It's like chalk. Also, I have marble countertops, so. And I guess there's stainless steel in my sink, so probably my sink. So steel. Favorite metal would be stainless steel and, or my cast iron frying. Actually, I prefer my cast iron frying pan. Actually, no, I guess my favorite gem would be diamond, because I have a diamond tip stylus. It's hardcore and it's the only correct answer. Anybody who says that this is the only correct answer is a very single-minded person. If you think that this is an answer to this question and this is the only right answer, well then, especially if it's something that's open to interpretation, that's a very single-minded approach to life. Unless they're being ironic. That is true. It's like the one question that Yuzurun asked Tarn during my interview, which was, if you were to reprogram Dwarf Fortress in another programming language, what would it be and why would it be Python? It's not the best number? I mean, 69 represents something that's a lot of fun. Is it the best number? I don't know about that. I don't want to be 69. That means I'm pretty old. Those leaves are falling. Although the seasons aren't going to change much here. No, I'm aware of that. But he meant it as a joke. There also are pythons in Dwarf Fortress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Need 5 more beds. Also need a refuse stockpile. Just kind of digging out mine shafts, you know? Hi, new here. I'm Streamer. You're surprised to see DF being streamed? It's been streamed for years. What makes you so surprised? I mean, I think I think streaming Dwarf Fortress is less weird than some of the things I stream. Like, me streaming Dwarf Fortress makes more sense than Minesweeper or Brogue or any of the other weird roguelikes I stream. Clearly you haven't looked then. Although I think a lot more people are stumbling on Dwarf Fortress on Twitch now that it's labeled as Dwarf Fortress on Twitch and not Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. Do I stream DCSS? I've never gotten into DCSS. Never gotten into it. It's been on my list of games to actually get into for a bajillion years, but same with, like, Syl and a bunch of other roguelikes. I installed Zorbus the other day. What's DCSS? Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. One of the most legendary roguelikes. Although, I'll be honest, part of the reason that I haven't stepped into DCSS is because I have a feeling that chat's just gonna be like, why the fuck you do, streamer? So I'd rather play games I know better. It's just Dungeon Crawl, not Dungeon Crawler. Just Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Ah, we hit the aquifer. Unless that's like... No, that's too deep to be an aquifer. Hold up. I wonder. I think we might have hit cavern level. I think this might be a cavern pond. It's too deep. Interesting. Intriguing! We'll try and go underneath it.
Okay, so you're working on rock mechanisms. Ghost, I'm going to give you the extra gig of mechanics. And I also need to give these dwarves a little temple. So I think we'll do that down here. And then this will be more or less everything we need. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in a sec. All right, I return. Are you sure you're not the person singing, "Trust me, I'm an engineer. What the fuck just happened here?" Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, Cutest Ghost is a physicist. Dad, am I grounded? All right. Looks like everything's been brought inside. Not entirely, though. What the heck's still in here? What do I need to allow in this? Oh, that. Why didn't I do that the first time? Come on, dwarves, go put everything in there. Got a bunch of other stuff that needs to be put away. Why are we not putting it away? Grounding is not stupid if you're a dwarf. I would argue it is, regardless of whether or not you're a dwarf.
For everyone!
All right, now we wonder why they haven't made the bridge yet. You do have all the skills to make the bridge. Let's just deconstruct the wagon. Bring everything inside. One of my carpenters should just go destroy that. Watch all the stuff just get washed into the water. That would just be funny. Nope. Well, there it all flows away. You know, how about I do this? Garbage dump. Just go get all that stuff, dwarves. Oh, also, dwarves gather refuse from outside. There they go. Get that stuff hauled inside before the ocean hauls it into the ocean. Then I'll uncancel all, and then I'll unforbid all of it. But currently I just need them to go get all this stuff before it goes into the ocean. Because currently we run risk of all of my very valuable stuff just being flowing away. You know, it's funny. I've been streaming for what? 4 hours and 16 minutes, although Twitch's timer is probably lying because they cut my VOD in half. And I look at that and I go, because I've been counting, they're literally sending me requests to run multiplayer ads every 25 minutes. So every 25 minutes, I get a ping to my desktop saying, hey, you should use multiplayer ads. And I go, no, I shouldn't, Twitch. I really, really shouldn't. Thanks, Crow. We're very close to me getting a day off, actually. Very close. We were at 89% when I started the stream today. The craziest business model. I mean, my business model is entertain people on Twitch with Dwarf Fortress and the other niche games that I play. Thank you, by the way, Shad and Zychrom, for helping us get to 95% of the way to a day off. Outside of that, I just ask people nicely for money on Patreon. That's my business model. And call Twitch out for being dumb whenever they tell me to show ads, because screw that. And that's why people have those sound commands, because they support me on Patreon. All right, let's just get the remainder of this stuff out of here. It's funny, now they're putting them away. I'm seeing them putting this stuff away now that it's out of that spot. It's interesting. He did not want to get wet. I mean, I guess. I mean, I can't claim to not make any money from ads because all of the money I make on YouTube is from ads. So I'd be lying if I said I didn't make any money from ads, but Voidbit, Pigfinite, Ergobirth, thank you very much for the channel points to make me go away. Streamer doesn't get enough days off over here. So yeah, no, I do certainly make some money from ads, but the majority of the money I make is just from crowdfunding. Patreon and Twitch subs. That's where it's at. All right, so now that we've got all that wood, I'm trying to think, what do I want to do next? I think next what we should do is we should build ourselves a wind tower. Once they're done with that bridge, which should be done, which is odd that it's not, I'll be honest. So I thought I gave a dwarf architecture, but Crow, I'm going to give you architecture. Here you go. I swear I'd already done that, but I guess not. And it's going to cancel. Yep, it did. No, it didn't. Crow gets to be the architect, and bridge is done. Let's build ourselves a lever. Sloth, thanks for gifting a subscription to one of the most recent new members of the channel. Cheers, man. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next, well, month, in fact. Fair warning, you're very bad at math. It's all good. I just need you to approximate that bridge together. Okay, so most of this fortress is going to be made out of out of wood specifically. But I do kind of want my tower, or my wind power tower, to be made out of stone. Hey Paul, how you doing? So I need Zychrom, what jobs do you have? You have carpentry? Okay. What about Metsus? You're a legendary carpenter, I think. Yeah, you're a legendary carpenter. All right, Zychrom, we're gonna unfortunately remove you from your dabbling carpentry, and you can be our mason, which is actually like an upgrade as far as I'm concerned. Let's stick a mason's shop down here. You're a software dev? Well, unfortunately, we don't need those in DF. Not in this world, you're not. Just digging through all of that. All right, so you can just start making rock blocks for a little bit. Got a whole bunch of marble blocks, so we'll have a marble tower, basically. Which means this is your home now, Zychrom. I hope you like it down here. You're going to spend much of your time making us bricks out of marble with your bare hands and teeth. So I'm sure that's how that works, right? Next thing we need is I need 2 doors. Both of those work. You're not really into manual labor. Too late. I mean, you wanted a dwarven fort, right? The dish of roughness. A temple. We now have a temple. I'm gonna reclaim all those objects right there that got dumped. So we can get all that stuff put away. And now we have a temple. Dude, bricks are like ancient circuit boards if you think hard enough about it. That's the most stoner line I've heard in a while, and I appreciate it. Bricks are just like ancient history circuit boards. Without bricks, how would we ever have circuit boards? We just never would have developed the technology. It's like, it's completely improbable that we ever would have come up with the concept of circuit boards without bricks. All right, so I'm gonna need a shit ton of power. Circuit boards are like ancient humans, dude. I'm telling you, man. Okay, we got those marble mechanisms, which is good. So we're not even remotely self-sufficient still. I kind of want to function off of... Just because I think it would be fun to kind of do no farming in this fort. And because we're in a tropical swamp, there's tons, and I do mean tons of resources just up here on the surface. Like, just look around. We got radishes, sawgrass, cotton. We got lots of cotton. We got rice. What else do we have? Finger mullet. That's alcohol. Bubble bulbs. I don't know if those are brewable or anything. But we've got tons of limes. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm just gonna take a rather large zone. Well, actually, let's just use this one. Set pen pasture. No, that's not what I want. I want pick fruit. We're not going to pick fruit from trees, but we are gonna pull tubers, gather fallen fruit, and all that jazz. Yes, cotton can be made into cloth very easily. So now I need a dwarf to do the farming things, who I think is going to be Urbiger, because you already actually have some of this. So you're going to go do plant gathering. Same with Novi. We're also going to give you plant gathering, but we're also going to give you brewing. And then you guys are going to make a still. So they're going to go just gather plants, because screw farming. We're a construction site here. We're not about farming. We're going to be just gathering.
All right, so I'm going to build a wall piece right there. 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 I think I screwed that one up. Nope, I didn't. And a wall piece right there. And this is going to be where we're going to construct our the beginnings of our platform, which is going to be how we power everything. But I need a lot more marble. So we can make a wind farm. And thanks, Cooler. Go away. I'm trying, man. I try to go away every day. It never quite works. Unfortunately, people like me here. At least I think people like me. That or they're just hate watching me. Actually, maybe fortunately people like me here, so they keep me here. That's probably a better way to look at it. Although we're almost done. 96%. Perhaps we'll get it done today. So yeah, if anybody is tuned in recently and you're a little bit confused as to what we're doing, we're working on a day fort. Unironically, almost typoed day fart. Oh, pfft. Yes, you're first because the stream crashed because Twitch booted me offline. That link will take you to this doc, which has all of the goals, the outlines, the previous forts we've done here, including spots where you can download the save files for this world. Down at the bottom here are different tabs, including the Legends one with several stories that Stone has grabbed, as well as these little collages for the previous forts we've done in this world. We're currently working on week 4, which had a screenshot of this. I'm going to need to grab a new screenshot in a second of this little work area. In fact, why not just do that right now? Kind of get caught up. There we go. Did that right this time so I can resize things. Doc will indeed tell you what's up. But yeah, we do one fort in this world every Saturday. So this is the 5th one. Because week 0 was technically the pilot fort. I love that the ducks are trying to get into my fort. It's kind of adorable. And all the dogs and cats are just hanging out in the temple. This is almost unnecessarily epic, and I kind of like it. Quack, quack. Yeah, more or less. Quack, quack, motherfucker. Actually, I don't like where this is located. I'm just gonna get rid of these constructions. Let's move this. I want this to be a little further over here. Well, actually, I could probably keep those two. Yeah, let's keep those two. And now we're gonna move them all. Also, because I want to make them out of marble blocks.
This is gonna be for our wind farm. Is that in line? I don't think it is. So we're gonna need a lot of wind power. Wind doesn't generate a lot of power. Thanks, Vin. Although the unnecessarily epic music is kind of nice, in my opinion. We'll use wood logs for that. So that's going to be the construction for our wind farm. We need flooring. And then we just need to build a whole buttload of windmills. And then underneath it, we'll put the gear mechs. We'll put all of the stuff together. And hopefully we don't get attacked by anything that breathes fire. I don't know what could possibly do that, but hopefully we don't run into that problem, because that would be really bad. Would be really, really bad. Also, have you never heard the term hate watching before? Cutest ghost. Hate watching or hate listening is like when you listen to or watch something that you hate. Did they just cancel that? I think they did. Is when you listen to or watch something that you hate because you hate it. And it makes you so angry, but you watch it anyway. Oh no, they what? I'm very confused. Huh, okay. Alright, so you. That's gonna, those are the spots for the wind farm. It's a bit like Twitter. It's like watching politics for a country you don't like. You just, it's a train wreck that you just can't look away from. It's something that you hate, but you stare at it anyway. Or the Philippines. Zycron. Or my own government. Sometimes. Depending on what they're doing. I'm not singling out any country in specific. Or like anything on TikTok. I hate watch anything on TikTok. If it comes from TikTok, I hate watch it. I hate this, but I'm still watching it because it's amusing. Or like anything that Hollywood Undead has ever put out. I hate listening to this, but I'm still listening to this. Why am I singing these bad lyrics? Fuck. Or anything that Dope has ever put out. I love Dope, but fuck Dope. Terrible band. Yes, a Brit. We have nothing embarrassing going on politically right now. Exactly. Exactly, Zycrom. I think every country has its moments of political derpidity. I can't even say stupidity. It's just like, what? Excuse me? So you guess you won? What, for political stupidity? Well, hello from Canada. Out of curiosity, did you come over from the YouTube channel or did you just stumble here organically? It's always interesting to find out how people find this stream. Recently, it's been a lot of people coming from the YouTube channel, but also, you never really know. God, I wish there wasn't so many waves here. Actually, I might need to dig up and go over top of the waves. That might actually be what we need to do. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Hollywood Undead is one you completely agree with? What, that you hate listen to Hollywood Undead? Like, I unironically enjoy a lot of Hollywood Undead, but they're garbage. Same with, like, Limp Bizkit, you know? Limp Bizkit is garbage. I still listen to them sometimes, but they're still garbage. If only Rhinestone was here, he'd call me out for insulting his hot dog flavored water and chocolate starfish. How dare you insult my garbage, sir? And I'd be like, well, how dare you defend that garbage? He'd be like, valid point. Gotta get those gems out of the wall. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. One of Limp Bizkit's albums is called Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water. Is what I was referencing. So buttholes and penis water, basically. That's a bad now. It's artwork. I gotta put this out there. It's artwork. Beautiful, wonderful, well written, thought out artwork. Chocolate starfish and hot dog flavored water. It's okay, Redbeard. It's okay. Even on my best days, I still don't understand that album. Good investment, Sloth. Really? They stayed in a hotel with hookers and didn't play? What the fuck? That's a new one. I mean, like, Guns N' Roses were so late, it started a riot here, and now they're not allowed to play in my city anymore. Not that I care, because I don't really care about Guns N' Roses, but I've never heard of a band being so, like, just not showing up to a show. That's wild. I know Fred Durst streamed on Twitch for a little bit, and it was kind of a big deal when he initially did. But then he left Twitch because chat was too mean to him, which is kind of hilarious and also really sad. It's like, what did you do to have such a shitty chat? It was just one of those days. You know, I cannot relate with that. You know, like, do you ever just want to, like, take your whole day off and just go party with hookers and blow instead of, like, playing a show? No, I can't relate it to that. Dude, this criminal record. See, now that I respect. That's a legitimate reason to be late to a show. Also, you saw Stone Temple Pilots. I'm fucking jealous, man. I really like Stone Temple Pilots. Fucking love that band. It's like when not Snoop Dogg, when Lil Wayne was supposed to open for Snoop Dogg in Vancouver, and he didn't make it here because he had too much weed on him. So they didn't let him cross the border and gave him a felony because he had like pounds. I actually don't know how much weed he had. All I know is that he was carrying a lot of weed and they wouldn't let him cross the border, which I think is really funny because he was supposed to open for Snoop Dogg. Of course, that was before legalization, but even now that weed's legal up here, you're still like not allowed to carry it across the border. That's still a problem, and you're still gonna get stopped for that. It was just really funny, or at least I think it's really funny. You're opening for Snoop Dogg, and you're not allowed into the country because you had too much weed on you. Was Snoop's hookup? Probably. Kind of expecting just a bunch of fucking zombies to show up and eat my dwarves here. There we go. At least I got plenty of gear pieces. Gear assemblies. So I can keep these in this pattern. This is going to require a lot of connections. But it's hopefully going to make us a lot of power. Also, hey Kibbs, how you doing? Your dwarf has a very real chance that you could immigrate here. Metzus did, alongside of Erbiger. They came from the bridge fort that we built, Archroads. Whoa, what's that? Saltpeter. We don't see that very often. Can make powder out of that, right? Yeah, I can make plaster powder. You can make casts from that. That's actually really cool. What you working on for your brother for Christmas, if I can ask? Brew drink from fruit. Gunpowder? No. It's, well, in DF it's used for making plaster casts. So it's used in hospitals. There is no gunpowder in DF. The only explosions you can make in DF are exploding barrels full of alcohol. Yes, but I'm talking in DF terms. You can't make gunpowder in DF. Although technically, like in DF, you could find, in theory, all of the materials you need to make a nuclear bomb You can't make a nuclear bomb, India. Much to portions of the community's dismay, but if you want those kind of shenanigans, you gotta play Caves of Cud. Ah, you're making a RetroPie, gotcha. Box full of emulators. Good shit, dude. I mean, obviously, you know, you dumped all your ROMs yourself, so of course it's legal. Good shit. A friend of mine made his dad a fully functioning arcade cab for Christmas one year, which is just way too cool. Of course, you know, it was just a ROM box, right? But built a fucking arcade cabinet for it, which is badass. It's the creativity part that I respect out of all that. All right, so more gears. Watch there be no wind here. Let's just test this, actually. Should probably test this in case there's no wind. Then we need to come up with a different power solution. Yeah, no, I think that's just kind of the problem with buying from most adults, even if they're not pretty well off, is most people just kind of buy what they need, right? Or what they want. All right, and Novi is getting to brewing, which is good to see. I'm very curious about what kind of alcohols we're going to end up with in this fort. Pomegranate so far. Pomegranate ale? I think it's pomegranate wine that they make. And some migrants have arrived. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jesus, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's a big migrant wave. Eurist the trader. Mistum the pump operator. Ah, look at this. Animal. Alien Slayer. IDZ-23. Copper Morden. Kibbs, Trumpet Dog. All of the old friends migrating over from Archroads. Look at that. Warm Shadow came over. King came over. Good stuff. Yeah. I mean, we did kind of settle right next to you. Or right next to the old fort, so. Let's hope that we have enough space. All right, so who was You dream of mastering a skill. Consider yourself much more important than associating with others. He considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others. Presents himself modestly and frowns upon accoutrements. Dislikes the natural world and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Dreams of mastering a skill. Well, you're going to join the military, but Bastet, as per tradition, you're going to make a new squad. Metal armor. The Thin Banners. And we're going to put... This is Zycrom, right? Presents himself boldly. Is very impolite. Yes. You can also handle stress and brave in the face of imminent danger. You're also going to join the military. We're getting our initial squad up and running. Siege operator, eh? Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Generally is confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Can't wait to be mutilated? You're more just like the local defense force. Not quite mutilation, but... Dusum is also going to join the military. How about, you? Dream of spending time with family. She has a relentless drive to completely consumed by ambition, rarely moved by curiosity, and is rarely jealous. Generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. You can also join the military. All right, so down here, let's make some more mason shops, because I do have a bunch of masons now. Also, might as well make a jeweler's shop, because I have some jewelers as well. We can cut some gems. We're now up to 26 dwarves, which means we can get were creatures and titans. What do I need? Armor stands. And weapon rack. Let's just cut a few gems. Just have a few cut. Meditate on death. Fitting that the new military recruits to be meditating on death. You have a way with words. All right, let's see. Do we have anybody who can become a bookkeeper? Competent record keeper and our broker. All right, so Eurus the trader is going to be our record keeper. There's nothing to catch in the northeastern swamps. Could have told you that. Once that armor stand gets constructed, then we can throw them up there and get the dwarves trading. Oh no. I think there might be no wind. Welp. Huh. Well, there goes that plan. We'll see once they get all that constructed. If they don't get power, then we're going to need a different power source. Unfortunately, dwarves aren't going to be able to power this with raw strength because that's not possible. So I guess what I'll do is we could do a trench off the map underwater. Oh, Metzos has been taken by a Fey mood. Just look at that. Has claimed a carpenter's shop. Okay. You grab one piece of wood and have begun a mysterious construction. 2 pieces of wood, actually. Okay. Well, simple artifact. Sometimes best artifact. Yeah, looks like we're going to have trouble. Well, there goes the dream of the wind-powered fort, chat. So I guess what we're going to need to do... So we're going to need to dig this. This is going to be power. Let's get those armor stands placed up here. And weapon racks as well. And I can get the military training. This kind of sucks. I'm a little bit bummed out that the wind power is not going to work. Just because I love the visual of windmills more than water wheels, but water wheels are a little bit more dwarfy, so. Yeah, there's no wind. Well, rip the plan of wind. Mitsus, the carpenter, has created an artifact. Nekuthabust Kush, a Featherwood Cage, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Or claims it as an heirloom, not in the name of anybody, just claims it as a family heirloom. Well, let's find out what that reads like. It is a cage. This is a Featherwood Cage. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with feather wood, and on the item is an image of pineapple plants in finger lime wood. Shall place it. Could use it for a prison cell if dwarves misbehave. Right, so I gotta deconstruct all of these. We're gonna have to take the platform down too. Kinda sucks. Hey chat, I'm gonna go grab, just cause we're a little lurky, I'm gonna go grab my lunch. So if I could get a round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands, that would be fantastic, because now would be a good time to use them. I'm gonna go grab my lunch, and are you still brewing?
No,
yes, you are.
No.
Why do you always tell me I'm not allowed to get food? This is very mean of you.
No.
I'll have you know I'm offended. What are you calling lurky? The people who haven't spoken the last 10 minutes. Chat. I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I return with Semvich in hand. Let's get that military training. How are we doing on alcohol? Kind of low. This is going to be a room or study for our broker. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, I can totally get more dwarves in here. You can also be our manager. I'm going to go down to settings on bookkeeper and set you to all counts accurate. I don't quite know where Twitch dropped me, but I've been streaming for 5 hours, so if you haven't stood up and stretched in a while, it'd be a good idea to do that. So now I get to place all of these gear assemblies all the way along here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to set this up so that water flows through this and off the map. We will activate it from above, so we don't need to worry about like accidentally drowning my dwarves, hopefully. Hopefully. We might still accidentally drown some dwarves. That'll be fun if it happens. But I need the power, damn it. But yeah, no, dead chat kills streams, so I will definitely call you guys out if you get a little bit lurky. Being a little bit lurky is fine, but if there's no chat, that's bad. You need a bigger drill. How about an undead chat? My chat's always undead, I think. Uh-oh. We have no food. Just go gather plants, please. Gotta have somebody who's got plant gathering, I assume. I do have a herbalist. Guess you don't have plant gathering available. Because you should. Yeah, you do. Let's get a couple other dwarves of plant gathering then. You know, like maybe quit socializing and go get food so that we don't die. That'd be cool. let's just let them sit for a second. Let's push the priorities up then, I guess, because socializing is important. I'm confused. Why are they not? Dwarves gather food, yeah. Mixed food. They should very much be gathering food. Alright, well, I guess I do have one other option. Oh, there they go. Now there's people gathering food. Good shit. Alright, I need a butcher. I also need a tanner. Hello, Gold Poke. How we doing? Yeah, and it looks like they just kind of had to think about it for a second. Oh no, that sucks. They have to go buy a 1/8. I don't even own a drill, so that's me. I'm totally just gonna slaughter some animals so that we have meat available. Why'd you make the tanner's shop first? That doesn't make any sense. There we go. Plenty of food coming in now. Alright, if I go into animals, let's I have kind of a couple of horses, actually. All right, let's slaughter that water buffalo cow. The horse and the other horse. That'll get us plenty of food for now. Because I'm intentionally not farming, which is making my life directly a little bit difficult, but it's kind of fun to not do that all the time. Gives yourself some limitations. Makes things a little bit more interesting. We have to brew some drinks from plants. We're going to slaughter the animals. Now we're good on food for a little bit. Although the kind of annoying thing is I've got tons of seeds for some reason. I'm actually going to make a separate seed stockpile because for some reason they just don't like being stored with other things. Seeds are so weird in DF. There they go. Now they're all getting stored. I feel like seeds should have like their own default stockpile that are already set up. I hope little things like that get made a lot easier in the Steam version. We have 47 plants now. That liquor supply is hopefully getting worked on. It's kind of weird that we don't actually have fruit yet. Sandbags? Yeah, sandbags also need their own default stockpile for sure. Completely agree with that. There's a few things that need their own default stockpiles, frankly. Let's just macro this. There they go. Gear assembly. I don't know why it canceled those ones, but for some reason those got canceled. Hey, Morden. Hope you're doing well, man. Okay. I need fortifications. I need fortifications down here. Fortifications up there. And then fortifications here and then here. Actually, no wall in the last one. Mostly because I know for fact... That's really cool. There's a squid man. Person with a head bearing tentacles. His skin is white. Squid people. Although supposedly there's also dingo creatures here. We found Squidward. There you go. Cthulhu. That too. Although this isn't a grim dark elder god, this is just a man who lives in the ocean. I think I imagine this more like Squidward than Cthulhu, though. Don't see those every day. How exciting. Also, can probably suspend the mechanisms stuff for a little bit. Somehow we're out of alcohol again. I think at this point I just need a dedicated brewer. Animal, I'm going to remove all of this and remove all of your hauling jobs because you're just kind of our dedicated brewer now. I mean, I think yes is the default answer, but dwarves don't eat intelligent creatures in DF, so we'll never know. But aren't octopus kind of already intelligent creatures and we eat those? Not intelligent enough to talk? I mean, kobolds are intelligent. You can't talk to kobolds. But it's also an insult too? Well, you'd be dead, so how would you know? Also, I don't like the cannibalism discussion, so can we change the subject? Kobolds talk, they just speak in their own language, I guess, technically. I wonder if kobolds can understand kobolds. Sometimes. I don't know. RimWorld made me hate cannibalism discussions. Just in general. I hate it so much. But then again, I hate a lot of things, as Cooler loves to point out. Really? Why didn't you put that into the stockpile? All right, fine. I'll make a proper food stockpile. Let's get all that refuse out of there. Giant osprey and 2 wild ducks. Yeah, they each speak their own local dialect, right? That's kind of how I understand it, is that kobolds have their own local dialects, and so they won't understand other kobolds. They'll only understand kobolds that they grew up with, or kobolds from their own tribe, which is kind of interesting, actually, if you think about it. It's kind of interesting if you think about it. Why is Saturday the 19th a fireworks day? And what do you kind of consider fireworks, Cyclone? It's one of them. It's up there. As far as craziest procedurally generated games ever. I would say in some ways, Caves of Cud is crazier. Just because DF is like still kind of at its core just a fantasy game. I would say Caves of Cud is crazier in some ways just because it's like so bonkers in its lore. And also, don't forget about games like War Sim. War Sim's doing some crazy things as well. So's AI Dungeon. AI Dungeon does some wild things with proc gen. I mean, War Sim generates more races. Better functional, I guess. Sounds like the Amazonian tribes that you've read about. I mean, Cobalt, the way the Cobalt language works, from the way I understand it, is it's contextual. So they'll point at a thing and spout gibberish, and then the act of pointing at that thing and that thing being in the place where it is becomes the context of the speech. So if you don't know the context, you can't understand their language. Well, here, I can just show you. How you doing, Fluffy? It's been a minute. Yeah, what's up, dude? War Sim is like a text-based 4X game, which generates history and worlds. Caves of Cud is a crazy single-player open-world roguelike, which scrambles its history every time you play, but it's completely bonkers in its lore. The 5th of November, the Gunpowder Treason and Plot. I know not a reason the Gunpowder Treason should ever have been forgot. I didn't rewatch V for Vendetta this year, and I'm disappointed in myself. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of rotten plants. Nope, because they never added it, which is why I'm slowly phasing out that game store, because I don't see the point of it if I can't do what I wanted to do with it. What I wanted to do with it was make a roguelike store, but like none of the fucking roguelikes I want to put into it are on there. So if you buy CUD, just buy CUD and maybe send me $1. Pretty tired though, aren't we all? Everybody's tired this year, man. Just saying the F word over and over again. I mean, my dialect is literally just fuck, 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 fuck. Stray horse has been missing. What? Giant crab, what did you do? Bet you that giant crab is delicious. I need a hunter. to go get me that giant crab. Go pick up some equipment. It's very important. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That works for me, Redbeard. Cheers. It's more than I would have gotten from some dumb game store, I'll say that much. I need more beds. Trying to be comfy. No, totally. Totally. I mean, there's a place close to where I grew up literally just called River. Because they pointed at the river and asked what that's called, and they said River. So thus I grew up in an area called Wannock. Which means river. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Just make a food stockpile and just remove seeds from it. Let's remove seeds from this. Good night, Urbiger. We'll let you know how the fork goes tomorrow. Cold running water. Good literal translation. I hope the name sounds cooler than that. River or water? Yep. Or tree or forest. What is that? Am I catching like... Ah, we're catching like fish. Cool. All right, let's dig out a some fish cleaner spots. There's a mountain in Colorado called, which is, it's called non-comprehensible or incomprehensible. That's funny. I'm sorry, what? Alien Slayer, the potassium maker, cancels because you've been interrupted by a dingo man. Oh. Oh my god, we're getting assaulted by a family of dingo people. And I see an injured dwarf. Well, time to send the squads in. Let's follow Dewsum, who just died to a dingo person. Well, that's a lot of combat. The militia commander Bastet is fighting. Death is all around us. This is truly horrifying, says the militia commander. Is she dead? I hope not. Bastet, there you are. Well, oh, there's more dead dingo people. And there's also just a giant crab in the mix. They're mostly just kind of chasing the dingo person around. We're going to need to make a coffin, I think. And some migrants have arrived. Excellent timing, everybody. Dingoes, yes. Dingo people. Well, my dwarves are getting real good at using them axes. How many dingo people are left? 4. We've killed all the dingo ladies. There's only dingo men left. Welp. Absolute carnage, I would say. You killed one dingo man, Bastet. I'm gonna put some beds right here, and that's going to be our hospital. I need someone to be the chief medical dwarf. You know what, Silver She, you liked helping others, so you can be our chief medical dwarf, I think. There's 2 dingo people left on the map. Well, we've also got a bunch of new arrivals. Bunch of rangers, some animal dissectors, 2 weaponsmiths, tanner, trader. Spaceship rat has moved over. All the dingo ladies. All the dingo ladies, all the dingo ladies, all the dingo ladies. And I need to get these new beds placed. Hopefully no major injuries. Doesn't look like it. Although I need to give more doctoring jobs to Silversheen. Right, that's all of the new beds. Once you wake up, of course. There you go, you're gonna work on diagnostics. Looks like only the 1 patient was really injured, so that's good. Let's just go down to these. Oh shit, we're out of stones. Zycrom's back to fighting. Wonder how many kills Zycrom got. It's actually kind of funny, because when we embarked, we had the warning that the dingo men may get hungry, and I wasn't expecting to actually see any, because I feel like I never see the creature that it says, the bears get hungry. I feel like I never see bears then, but in this instance we did, so that's kind of interesting. We also saw squidmen. Might as well deal with the last 2. We killed most of their family. Might as well finish the job. Here come the axe dwarves. Admittedly, it is kind of hard to follow what's going on in these busy areas. All right, Zycrom. Zycrom says death is all around us. Hope you're okay. You're afraid when experiencing trauma, horrified after seeing a dingo man die. I'm sure you're fine. Bastet's also afraid after experiencing trauma. They'll be okay. Dewsum the Axe Dwarf has been missing for a week. How did none of you see him die? He died right in front of you. Literally died right in front of you. Right, I need a fishery. Let's get all these fish prepared. Yeah, it kind of sucks when Dwarf Fortress is spot on the post-traumatic stress stuff. It's like, oh, yep, spot on. This checks out. Yep, that's me. I'm like, aw. Oh, no. It's not the part of DF that you want to be spot on. All right, so now aside from all of the dead bits and pieces, we're doing okay. Let's make all of these beds available. Military gets back to training. Hopefully we won't need to use that too much. I'm just gonna slaughter my dogs. Got all these puppies running around. That'll be plenty. Keep the extra meat around for the dwarves. Let's also make another seed stockpile up here. I don't quite understand why that other one isn't working as well as it should be, but... Yeah, no, there are certainly parts of Dwarf Fortress's mental simulation that I kind of look at and go, oh no, when people are like, yeah, that's spot on, but it is what it is. It's been stung by a honeybee, eh? Let's get another round of gather plants going. Gonna have some very skilled plant gatherers, I think. Well, it's impressive because of Dwarf Fortress's like mental simulation just being impressive, right? But it's upsetting because it's like, oh, I don't want that to be accurate, you know? All right. I'm sure we've probably got some more stuff dug out now. Yep, we do. You're gonna make 3 coffins and then rock blocks. You're gonna make blocks. You're gonna make blocks. We're gonna run out of stone mighty quick, but that's okay. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like... Tarn had said this at a talk that he did a while ago at the roguelike celebration, but the dwarves didn't start to really develop character until they added negative traits. It's like, well, you add a bunch of positive traits and they just sound generic. But if you add a bunch of negative traits, they suddenly have personality. Which I think is incredibly real, you know? There was a really good line from an interview that I got from him, which was where he was talking about dwarven mental health and how dwarves are actually like terrible friends. Like they will go make a whole bunch of friends and then not care for them or help them when they're in times of need. He's like, that dwarves really need to do a better job caring for their friends, and how in the future they, or Tarn wants the dwarves to be able to, like, isolate friends that are having stressful or shitty situations and like have traits for dwarves to like go out of their way to care for friends and other dwarves and like take care of them and like pat them on the back and comfort them when they're having rough weeks. But currently they just like ignore them. And it's like, oh, you're like stressed out and dying of anxiety and depression. Oh yeah, well, just hide in a corner. We'll wait until you starve to death and then remove the corpse. That's basically the way dwarves are currently. And it's like, aw. They're relatable? Exactly. They're relatable when they're fucked up, because they're fucked up like the rest of us. All right, let's get a coffin for that one dwarf that died in that fight. Also, we have plenty of booze again, which is good. What? Oh, automating ore and gems. Durr. Let's get rid of that. Go all the way to there. Perfect. That'll hopefully be enough water wheels. This I'm gonna automate. Control record. H. Control record. Control play. Man, I'm so curious to see how the Steam version is received. Like, I realize that there's, like, just a lot of blind excitement for this stuff. I certainly see it in my YouTube comments a lot. But I personally just really wonder how it'll be received. I hope well. Partially, of course, because I'm a shitty content creator that wants to make a living doing this for a long time, but there's more to it than that. Okay, we're missing a gear assembly in there. Okay, so these are going to be water wheels, which are going to power our pumps, which is what we're going to use to remove the ocean so that we can build a fort in the middle of the ocean. Which is the goal for today. So I've got this one person that's just going onto all of my YouTube videos and just commenting with support comment. I don't know who's doing that, but shoutouts. You're the true heroes. And your tooth still aches from it? I mean, depending on how intense the filling was, that's just, like, basically just trauma to your tooth, right? It's okay, it'll go away. On how well the UI is streamlined? I think it's being streamlined pretty well from what I've seen, because people who don't actively play it, who are just seeing it for the first time, seem to be reacting really positively to it, which is generally a good sign. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, is like, one of the videos I put up in the last week got a comment the other day, which is, basically this was the person's comment kind of like cut down, but essentially what they stated is, oh hey, it started raining, is that they're not going to be interested in playing Dwarf Fortress's Steam version unless there's idle animations, combat animations, and movement animations, and those are a bunch of things that you're just not going to get in Dwarf Fortress, because it's just not going to happen. Like, I wish I could say that it would, but that's not going to happen, at least not for the Steam release. Maybe a further down the road release, but initially that's just not going to happen. Yeah, pretzel. I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like, well, then you're playing the wrong game. Oh, Urist has been possessed. Oh, and I didn't select you. And it's autumn now. Possession, our second artifact. I mean, there's also part of me that's equally nervous just because there's also these stalwart OGs who deem that anything that isn't ASCII is like the equivalent of setting your own pants on fire and running around outside screaming bloody murder. I'm also a little nervous about those people. All right, I don't want to be following a puppy dog. I want to be following my manager, who's in a strange mood. Who just claimed what? A craft store shop, gotcha. Boulder, gem. Boulder. Audio, what up? It's good to see you, man. Their imagination function. Unfortunately, most people in the current generation have lost that. They need everything spoon-fed to them. But Audio, what up? How you doing? I look forward to the Steam release because it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be the most excitement Dwarf Fortress has ever had, I think. I've drank a lot of coffee today. Doesn't feel like I've had a lot of coffee. Books? Read? What? Madness. Cooler. Madness. Utter madness. Why would you suggest someone did such an activity? As if people read. I mean, I don't have functioning eyes, so I need to have imagination. Or rather, I have one semi-functioning eye. Alright, I've allowed citizens to be buried there. Hopefully somebody buries that one body. Like any other normal person. I too watch books sitting on my shelf. What are you carrying? Oh, a watermelon. Potato plant, rye, guava, rice plants. Okay, I need to look at what kind of alcohol we have. Would help if I went to the right part of the menu. Drinks. What are we drinking? We have rye beer, potato wine, river spirits, guava wine, and pomegranate wine. Doing pretty good, I'd say. And the outpost liaison has arrived, and I haven't made a trading depot yet. My bad, guys. Not that I really have anything to trade either, so... Welcome back, Norstat. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I'm going to just ask you to bring me some leather. And actually, let's say anvils. Not too much else to read here. I look forward to our meeting next year, Silver She. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I wonder what news they're talking about. Let's zoom out a little bit. It's funny, he keeps on talking about there is much to share. I'm not seeing any news in the world. Not even any local news. What the hell? Much to share indeed. Urist has begun a mysterious construction. Grab dog leather, saltpeter, and marble. I mean, I've tried to convince many friends to play Dwarf Fortress Cycrom, and the most common one is, I don't want to play games that look old. And unfortunately, no matter how nice the pixel art for the Steam version looks, it's still going to look old. Because of the lack of smooth movement. Alright, let's just start making pipe sections. And enormous wooden corkscrews. So we need a lot of those. What's stopping you, Caesar Lime? Quite like just honest question. Urist the manager has created Akimbalayan It's interesting. You don't actually see the little umlauts on the A very often. A marble scepter. Claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Edom Telltowers. If anybody happens to have the world save open for this, I'd love to know who Edom Telltowers is. I would love to know. Because obviously they were important enough that they were worth dedicating a scepter to. The stoic ASCII cult? Yeah, pretty much. Let's have a look at this, shall we? A marble scepter. This is a marble scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval saltpeter cabochons and encircled with bands of dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of marble. One of the best feelings I ever had learning to play Dwarf Fortress Scissorline was learning how to successfully build a bed. Like the first time I learned how to build a bed and assign it to a dwarf, and a dwarf went and slept in it, I was like, fucking success! Same with doors. Doors were equally satisfying. Let's request trader at the depot. People who expect to play a game as more usual game qualities rather soon. You don't think that has much to do with people wanting things spoon-fed to them? No, people do want things spoon-fed to them because Dwarf Fortress is learning Dwarf Fortress isn't like learning modern video games, right? Modern video games, you start playing, you get a tutorial, you get information drip-fed to you, you get an unlocking tree which slowly introduces mechanics to you, right? Dwarf Fortress just gives you everything, right? So learning Dwarf Fortress is like learning a tabletop RPG or learning a complicated board game. You read the fucking manual, right? So when I say people want things spoon-fed to them, it's got nothing to do with the visuals. It's got to do with the pace at which the game gives you information. So a lot of people who bounce off DF, once they get over the visual hump, then bounce off DF because of the fact that the game doesn't drip feed you stuff. That's what I say when I say people want things spoon-fed to them. It's got nothing to do with visuals. It's got strictly to do with the way the game works mechanically, whereas it just gives you everything all at once and doesn't give you a tutorial. I don't even think they're going to go with the tutorial. Last time I talked to Tarn, he was very much yeah, we're probably not going to do a tutorial. So I wouldn't count on a tutorial. I don't think it needs graphics. Nothing needs graphics. DF is designed in such a way that it works just fine without any sort of visuals. I'm going to take 2 pieces of silk. Although that's probably not enough profit. There we go. Learning curve is so big? That's vastly incorrect. It's not, though. DF has a visual learning curve, which requires a little bit of concentration from the player, but can be solved in a matter of 30 to 40 minutes by pressing K and just looking and reading. Besides that, it's just a matter of following along with the Getting Started guide. RimWorld is a significantly harder game in every aspect. It goes out of its way to kill you. It goes out of its way to make your people go crazy. It's a game, even on the easier difficulties, is significantly harder than Dwarf Fortress in almost every aspect. It also has so few of the similar mechanics, it's almost not even fair to compare the two because they're basically completely different games. They share some concepts in that they both have a colony management aspect. But aside from that, they're about as different as they can get. To the point where I don't like comparing the two. I'm totally okay with comparing something like Odd Realm or No Moria with DF because they're trying to do similar things. But because of how far removed Dwarf Fortress is from RimWorld mechanically, like comparing the two is silly. It's like trying to compare Call of Duty to Arma. Yeah, they're both games where you are a dude with a gun, but somewhat more simpler. That's not, again, not right, but matter of opinion, I guess. I don't know. I disagree with a lot of people on the Dwarf Fortress learning curve because I never encountered it, but I've also been told by people that I'm just an anomaly where, like, things that I find to be approachable and not super complicated, other people find to be incredibly complicated, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just an alien. What the fuck was that? Must have just been a fish. Okay, yeah, it was just that. I thought that was a bee. It's a clownfish. Oh, it's a clownfish. Where's Dory? We found Nemo. There we go. Let's get a few more mason shop constructed. Mm-hmm. Sure. But the games are so mechanically removed that comparing them isn't even fair or logical. I'm not talking about learning curve here. I'm just talking about how dissimilar the two games are. Which has a huge curve? I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have... Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game. There's two things you need to get over with learning DF. That's what the fuck you're looking at, which is fair, and what the fuck do I do? Once you figure those two things out, the game is very easy. Dwarf Fortress is one of the easiest impossible to learn games I've ever played. And I've played a lot of impossible to learn games. Dwarf Fortress is significantly easier than most of the games I play. Caves of Cud is a hard game. RimWorld is a hard game. You know, Binding of Isaac is a hard game. Brogue is a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is an extremely easy game. It's an obtuse game. And I think people confuse hard and high learning curve with obtuse. It's obtuse. It's not hard. You just have to get past that initial hump of the fuck do I do? And once you get past that, the game becomes very simple. And Matsus has given birth to a girl. I actually personally think that Binding of Isaac is kind of disgusting. I can't play or watch that game because I want to vomit after about 30 minutes. But that's just because I have a weak stomach. No, they're certainly overwhelming. Wait, what? They're 100% overwhelming, but that just kind of goes back to my point. Wait, what? The game itself is easy. But it's learning what your options are and how to approach those options and how to approach playing those options. Like, do you understand, like, the difference there? It's not a matter of the game itself being hard, because the game itself is easy. It's a matter of learning how, like, what your options are within the game. Yeah, and up until relatively recently, it feels like it was just DOS tactic like that. But now at least there's more people creating content for DF because there just isn't enough. And like, I can explain things to you if you run into problems, but truly, if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, it's just a matter of, well, doing it. Also, this isn't gonna work. I need another ramp. And yeah, no, it's not easy to learn, but once you kind of get past those humps that I mentioned, the act of actually playing the game is very simple. In fact, it's so easily min-maxable. I'm actually kind of worried about some of my friends who stream, who are looking forward to the Steam version, because I know that they have a tendency to just kind of min-max things, and then once they're done min-maxing, going, well, I'm bored, and then move on to the next thing, because it's so easy in DF to create a completely impenetrable defense and an invincible defense force. It's so easy to do that. Like, it's actually kind of a joke. And another problem that DF has that a lot of other games don't have is DF has this weird mythical level of stories that get told about it. A lot of them are vastly incorrect. I was talking with somebody on Krug Smash's Discord a couple months ago who was trying to learn Dwarf Fortress and was talking about how he was trying to learn the game, but could never like get past the early game. And we're like, okay, so we're just kind of like talking to him and trying to figure out like what this person was having a hard time with. And very quickly we realized that he was completely overthinking everything. He'd modded his game so that he could have unlimited points for embark, and was bringing like 20 of every item in the game. Was embarking with 40 dwarves and going like, no, I need to bring a bunch of cloth in case I want to do cloth crafting in the future. I'm like, so wait, hold on a second. Where do you get your knowledge of DF? He goes, well, I watch a lot of Krug Smash videos. And we're just sitting there going like, but no, uninstall all that shit, reinstall the game, have a fresh install of the fucking game, and just play. Do you think haunted biomes are hard? Okay. Haunted biomes are easy. Haunted biomes are boring. A lot of the evil biomes are really boring because it's all about turtling. No, Untamed Wilds biomes are harder because, well, unless you have like fucking murder smoke, but Untamed Wilds biomes are way harder because you get complacent. Like, I intentionally leave holes in my forts so that fun can happen. Because there are no hard biomes in Dwarf Fortress. Even the hard biomes are not hard if you know how to play the game. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff I've got to pasture. A bunch of new dwarves. Seeing if there's any named ones. Alrighty. Looking good. Exactly, Morden. It was really funny listening to the interview that my friend Sui did with Tynan, the guy who makes RimWorld. It was really interesting listening to her interview with him because he kept on talking about how he wants people to play RimWorld like that, the way that Morden just described, where he wants to see people play the game suboptimally and wants to see people just tell stories. But the reality is RimWorld is terrible at that. It's terrible at telling stories because RimWorld has like 4 stories it can tell. And they all end the same way. Well, slightly different variations of the same way. And that's a huge bummer. But it kind of speaks to the weaknesses of that game and the tendencies of players. Is Def not that kind of game? Mm-hmm. Which is why, in many ways, RimWorld is a abject failure because the developer wanted to make a game that tells stories. But what he actually did is he built a masochism murder simulator. And Dwarf Fortress isn't that kind of game, which is why I like it so much. Exactly. Cooler. Which is why when I'm describing Dwarf Fortress, I don't think it's right to compare it to RimWorld. Yes, RimWorld can help you learn some of the basic concepts that are similar, but they're so vastly different, there's no point in comparing the two. The Trees of Velvet, ah yes. I remember this one from the Fancy Lyrics is the name of the dance, and the Trees of Velvet is the form of music. I like the name, the Fancy Lyrics. I really hope this fucking thing generates enough power. Got to be very careful here, but I need to channel back the ocean just slightly in order for this to actually work. DF doesn't care about you or your well-being. DF will just accidentally crush you. Ah, I need food storage items. Let's cancel that and get some barrels. Yes, I could use a manager, but I don't need to. Although, let's get 20 beds. 44 dwarves. 44. It's a good number of dwarves. Masterpiece guava wood barrels. How lovely. Let's just make sure no dwarves are going to fall into the ocean here. They'll take that out pretty quick. What the fuck was that? Water buffalo bull. Okay. So we're going to pull the beach back a little bit. So I'm going to need to... Dwarf, you're making me nervous. There you go. Never mind. Can't do this way. Maybe you'll just get really good at swimming, actually.
This is madness!
This is Dwarf Fortress, actually, Hobo, not madness. Yeet. How you doing, Hobo? How's things, man? There's some big-ass waves, man. I was hoping we're gonna see some sharks. Not yet. Oh, trust me. Which is why whenever when there's two subjects that I will immediately shut down Zycrom in this chat because of RimWorld: cannibalism and slavery. The second people start joking about either of those things, it's like, just shut the fuck up, because I just don't want to hear it. And I'm very much looking forward to those being two major topics of conversation. My least favorite thing about RimWorld is that it straight up just brings the worst out in people, and I fucking hate it. And Hobo and Audio, thank you very much for those channel points towards making me go away. Same with you, G-Panta. Those sound like Kenshi topics to you? I mean, I don't allow any of that in my chat anymore. How about cheese and pomegranate wine? Let's be decadent. Mastercraft's quality granite mugs? All that good shit. No, you're fine home and you can chillable. That's good. No, you can talk about Kenshi. Just don't meme about how I should be eating people. That's more what I mean. I don't delete comments from YouTube videos, ever. But I've certainly had people comment with things like, yo, can you butcher people? In relation to Dwarf Fortress. Whenever those topics come up, I just shut them the fuck down. I can't deal with it anymore. I used to be totally okay with that kind of memeing back when I played a lot of Rim, but I can't do it anymore. Like, do you guys understand the difference between talking about a mechanic in a video game and just glorifying the shittiness in a game? Like, do you kind of get the difference there? It's like, totally, you can talk about mechanics, just don't be an asshole. So many people are just assholes. Sounds like fun. Do you understand the difference though, chat? Like, does that make sense? Sucks that you have to work on the Saturdays, Hobo. Like, I've straight up banned people from this chat before for complaining that I'm not eating the elves or asking how I can enslave my prisoners and not shutting the fuck up about those subjects. It's like, I'm just gonna keep doing it from now on. It's just... Some games bring out the worst in people, and I don't want that. I want to like the people who hang out in my chat, not the other way around. You don't understand things? You're very intelligent. What are you talking? Jesus, you idiots. At least none of them have drowned yet. It's kind of impressive, actually, that none of them have drowned yet. That sucks, audio. Like, you're totally welcome to discuss mechanics, and if we happen to be playing a video game that has slavery and cannibalism as a mechanic, that's totally fine. If you're glorifying and demanding that as a feature, then fuck you. It's literally just music I've licensed. Diachrome. So it's literally just like generic background music. It's kind of funny. I was using some of my licensed music in one of my recent news videos for DF, and someone commented, they're like, I've heard this somewhere else before and I can't place where. What's this music from? I'm like, I don't know. I just licensed it. Sounds like somebody else also licensed it. It's pretty funny. You'll take the extra. Yeah, fair enough. 5-hour shifts are pretty easy. So what I'm doing right now is I'm basically dredging the beach so that we can construct out here. That's basically what we're doing. Not bad. And no one's drowned so far, which is like this weird anomaly. Also, before I forget, you down here need to get deconstructed. You can just blast Spotify in the office and chill. Yeah, fair enough. See, here's the thing, right? I got no problem with you using a mechanic in a video game. Like, if a video game offers slavery as a mechanic, it's totally fine to use that mechanic. What I don't like is when people then go on about how that's the only correct way to play, or get mad at a streamer for not doing that, or meme about how it's the best way to play, because you're essentially at that point glorifying slavery, right? So if there's a shitty mechanic in a game, by shitty I mean like a mechanic that by default would make you into a horrible person, or abusing human rights, it's totally fine to use that mechanic. But if you glorify it as the best way to play, or insist on memeing about it, or demand it as a feature in other places, I look at you like, are you okay? Like, yes, in Crusader Kings, you can participate in the Crusades and slaughter entire religions. But if you glorify that as being a good thing, I squint at you and judge you loudly and publicly in front of everybody else. Because it makes me question you as a person. Why would you desire that? People who are way into Warhammer 40k? I mean, totally. Like, and 40k is a perfectly good example of shit that you can meme about. I'm all into glory glory to the Eternal Emperor, but I'm not gonna go memeing about how their political manifesto is correct. You know? How you doing, Ponce? It's good to see you, man. And robot rights violations. As if robots have rights. Watch the AI kill me in like 200 years because I said that. I just signed my own death warrant. I'm just so shocked I haven't drowned a dwarf yet. I mean, Warhammer 40,000 is like intentionally goofy as shit, but it is genuinely like the worst possible time. It is supposed to be the worst possible timeline for our species. Like that, the whole point of 40k is to be the worst timeline and the last thing that we as a species should want, but you know. And we gone done it. We hit a, we found the aquifer, chat. It's okay, though. It's actually a pretty speedy aquifer. Pretty sure, yeah, that's granite that we just hit. We'll see you later, Crow. I'll try and keep your dwarf alive. But kind of rewinding back to where we started off with this conversation, if anybody, like, needs help with anything Dwarf Fortress related, just shout at me and I'll answer your questions. What version am I playing on? Most recent version. Villains Patch 1. Technically. Can never remember specific version numbers, but we are playing on the most recent version. And I have another fortress I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years on this version, so we'll see if I can finish that before the Steam version comes out. Which we're currently on year 120, I think. It's either year 120 or 121, which means we're 115 years in. But I'm currently doing these weekend forts as well as a holiday fort, so kind of taking a little break from that. Forgotten Beasts can be butchered. I don't think trolls are considered intelligent. I don't know about trolls. I've never tried to butcher trolls. Generally, they just kind of get mangled. Forgotten Beasts are not intelligent. Forgotten Beasts are like... They're totally butcherable. Just generally what I do for Forgotten Beasts is just place a butcher shop right next to them, and they'll just go butcher them pretty quickly, generally. Actually, you know what we might do? I might make that end bit a little wider. Because I'm a little bit worried about draining. It's a relatively strong aquifer. It's not like a super strong aquifer or anything, but how deep is this? It's only one. It's fine. There they go. Clearing all of those ramps. But why do you ask about what version? Why would I be playing on anything but the most recent version? I mean, I guess maybe if I want to avoid like moods or something, I could go back to an older version, but I don't really see the point of that. Come on, dwarves. Get all this shit done. That's fine. That'll do. Let's get all that smoothed. Can we smooth that too? What's generally the best approach? Dig around them. I mean, light aquifers don't matter. You can almost entirely ignore light aquifers, just build little walls underneath them. Heavy aquifers go around them or use pumps to pump them out. How much time have you spent playing? Or you could use the old-fashioned magma, or not magma, aquifer plugs, but those are a little impractical. I generally embark on multi-biomes anyway, so usually if there are aquifers, I'll just dig around them. Still pretty novice? Okay. I mean, it really depends on how strong the aquifers are. And you don't really need to worry about them unless they're like actually strong. Varied aquifers are the dangerous ones in my opinion because they'll suddenly be really strong when generally they're not that big of a deal. But light aquifers can generally be dealt with nothing but buckets, so. Or like even just ignoring them largely. I don't know why this is an ongoing concern. This shouldn't be, but those keep canceling for some reason. Ta, your British is showing. Not always. Sometimes they do, sometimes they just kind of make the floor muddy. You said ta. It's like me saying a. Only Brits say ta. There's also the part where you state that you're British all the damn time. Be like if I said A every single sentence. You know what I'm saying, buddy? All of these stories, they just make RimWorld seem so much better than Dwarf Fortress, even though many people don't even know what they're talking about, eh? When in reality, the games are very different, eh? Brie-ish? Dude, I could very much go for some brie right about now. I mean, based on world news, you guys got some work to do. Stating one is superior to someone else is a first sign of low self-esteem. Just saying. Debris was everywhere. That's the joke that works better in when said out loud. Let's get these beds made. I know, so do I. This is why I speak with experience. And Dance Monkey. I banned somebody from my chat for telling me to dance monkey. Not that I'm gonna ban you, it's just, I've done that before. It's incredibly insulting. Alright, why the heck do they have a bunch of stuff in this pile that they're refusing to believe exists? Let's forbid and unforbid all these items. It's probably because they're stacked. One of the things I really hate about current generation Twitch culture is the whole dance monkey thing. It's not the kind of show I run. It's just like when people go into a stream of an attractive person and tell them to show feet or something along those lines. It's like, it's not the kind of show I'm putting on here. I know it's tongue-in-cheek. But it's a tongue-in-cheek thing that brings up a more interesting subject, I think. Did you just dig a dwarf into the ground? Yeah, you did. Come on, climb out, spaceship rat. Come on, there you go. Dwarves are gonna get real good at swimming by the time I'm done with this. Let's show elbow? There, is that what you need to get off? Come say hello, friends. Hello, Ryan, how are you? Show me the door. I'll show you a door. Still can't believe none of these dwarves have drowned yet. Might get me more viewers. Have you considered making better jokes? Might make you funny. Also, oof is a banned term in this chat. I'll have you know that that is a bannable offense, sir. How you doing today, Pi? It's good to see you. Ryan, how's the every time I die-a-thon? The nice warning there? Ah, not even. Zycrom's fine. I'm just fucking around. That being said, please don't get around band terms. I'm just throwing shade. Is it sunny? Because now it's fucking dark in here. Ouch, owie feels? No, it's a Roblox meme, actually. Generally said by younger viewers and people that annoy the crap out of me. I was just having a marathon wank sesh. I mean, I'm always having a marathon wank sesh, but just not on stream. What else do you think I do with my free time? Jeez. Let's try this. Marathon Wank Sesh? Is that another Limp Bizkit album? If it's not, it should be. What kind of blood is that, and why is there blood in the water? Pool of Dingo Man blood. Yep, this checks out. Stop bully Fred. Fred Durst did nothing wrong, okay? Animal dissector's in a strange mood. You're a skilled singer? Fascinating. I wonder what you want. I have a slight suspicion. This is my suspicion. A dingo man, not a dingle man. It's a dingo, a humanoid monster in the shape of a dingo, with the head of a dingo, I think. Dingo people. He should have moderated his chat better. Yeah, we got attacked by a bunch of dingo people earlier. Well, rather, they wandered in and my dwarves beat the shit out of them, because that's generally how this goes. King gave birth to a girl. Congratulations, King. I got several metalsmiths. Wait, come on, guys. Once you're done meditating on fire. Did a dingo man eat a baby man? No, they didn't, fortunately. I mean, I would assume it would sound like the EP, because the EP sounded like Every Time I Die. Yep, I was right. It's metalsmithing. Alright, so you claimed a forge. It's gonna be iron or steel. Looks like iron. Meditating on the subject of fire. Yeah. Very popular god here is a god of fire. So how have you been, Ryan? Feels like I haven't seen you in a minute. Okay, what did you end up grabbing? Iron bars, indigo, tourmalines, and featherwood logs. Well, it's gonna be interesting. Let's make a loom right here. Uh-oh, never mind, there's a tree in the way. Okay. There's multiple trees in the way. And a clother's shop. I want both of those things. So it can make me some bags. There we go. We're now making more cloth, because I'm sure we've got tons of cotton. Well, rope reed in this instance. God, it's 3:30 already. Time fucking flies. Like, Twitch's timer for how long I've been live is wrong because they booted me offline for a couple minutes. But I've been streaming for 6.5 hours now. Not bad. It's actually 6:30 where you are, not where I am. An iron scepter. Well, of all the things you could have made, you made an iron scepter. I am disappointed, but I will take it regardless. Kubak, the animal dissector, has created Mketh Inen, an iron scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Vakar Wallstraps. Strapped to a wall, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. All right, let's line those images up. Cool. $55,200 is the value. This is an iron scepter. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rose-cut indigo tourmalines and encircled with bands of iron. On the item is an image of Kivesh, playful granite, the dwarf in Featherwood. Also, weapons and ammunition, iron, battle axe. I think I have enough for 3. But actually, before I do that, I need to make wood furnace. I need to make some charcoal. Hey, chat, time zones are wild, am I right? Yeah, I know I need refined coal. Okay. Alright, so I have a feeling that when I flood this shit into here, it's not actually going to do much of value. This weird feeling it's actually just going to, like, dump water places it shouldn't be. I don't know why they keep canceling half of these. For some reason, they keep canceling them. It's very perplexing to me. Been grinding WoW, but all your grind is done until they reset. Unless it's PvP stuff, and the PvP guys don't hop on until later tonight. Gotcha. All I know is you and me need to record a fucking podcast, Ryan. We're overdue, and I don't think that, like, you've been super busy. I'm literally just waiting for you to DM me so that we can record a podcast. It's not like I've been doing anything of value. I've just been, like, streaming ludicrous hours. Construct building lost or destroyed. This is very perplexing to me. very perplexing. But got some more built, so. All right, well, moment of truth. I mean, Hobo, he does have a point. You did kind of waltz in here and then inform me my time was wrong. All right, there we go. Seems to have worked flawlessly. Power is up and running. Although it's overflowing a little bit. Let's hope that that's not overflowing too much that we start having a problem. There we go. Let's get that little bit of wall done. There's water in the way. There we go. That seems to have helped. All right. Not bad. I mean, time is indeed relative. And I can tell you that because it slows down dramatically when I'm really baked. I don't know if I'm going to get this fort done today. I guess this fort, my kind of win condition in my head that I've been thinking about for the last hour is more or less whenever we get to the point where we have pumped out water to the point where we've built an entrance to a fort. That's kind of the win condition for me. Anything beyond that is a bonus. At least we have alcohol and food sorted at this point, which is good. All right, well, we have power. How much power are we generating right now? 2,200, that is a shit ton. Oh, that's good. Let's continue pulling this back. Although in regards to the DF Steam page saying time is relative, I am always amused by how many people comment and ask, like, when's the Steam version coming out? And all I can say is, well, time is relative, right? And the other comment I get is, why do they keep delaying it? A serious question, chat. How do you delay something that never had a release date? Because officially, Steam DF has never had a release date. So how the heck do you delay something if it's never had a release date? I also saw one person comment that DF is in development hell. Uh-oh. Zycrom, you fought with a horseshoe crab, but fortunately for you, you won. So good for you. Well, I mean, Left 4 Dead 3 is about to come out, so... I mean, anything's possible, right? I mean, yeah, they're calling it Back for Blood, but it's still Turtle Rock, literally just making another Left 4 Dead game. It's about as Left 4 Dead as you can be without being Left 4 Dead. It's like Left 4 Dead, but now you can aim down sights. It's like, why do they keep delaying it? See Cyberpunk 2077 for examples as to why you should delay video games. God, they should have delayed that game so much more. They should have given them another 2 years and also, like, you know, not made them crunch. That game is like the poster child for like what not to do in game development now. It's kind of sad. Most of these dwarves are pretty happy, too. Also, I haven't said this enough today, chat, but thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out. And cheers to all of you who have skulls next to your name and anybody who supports me on Patreon for keeping me here. So at the end of the day, I do this full-time. This is my full-time gig. Streaming and making videos on YouTube. So thanks for allowing me to do this. Because I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. I know that's always like the cheesy chicken shit thing for streamers to say, but seriously, thanks. And thank you, Zycrum, for gifting a sub to Very Salty Pretzel. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Very salty. I could go for like a beer batter pretzel right about now. That sounds real nice, I'm not gonna lie. With like some like good spicy mustard. Actually, I just missed craft breweries. That's about it. I miss bars. You want one of those Retzel Pet pretzels? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know what's up. Careful now, dwarves. Kind of surprised the frame rate hasn't slowed down in this fort yet. Considering how much water physics is going on. We're running at a pretty smooth 55 FPS or so. Slightly below optimal speeds, but we're going just fine. You really think you're hilarious, Zycrom. You genuinely think you're hilarious. I mean, specifically the mustard I'm referring to is the mustard that they make in-house in a specific brewery that I like going to. So, by virtue of it being made on Vancouver Island, it would be mighty hard for it to be British. You have a very short patience, my friend. Especially considering you actually have to like go into your settings to turn up the speed to do that, and the game's not designed to run at 100 FPS. The game's designed to run at 50, actually. I was going to say 60 out of habit, but technically Dwarf Fortress is designed to run at 50 FPS. Man, I wish I still had a Total Biscuit sub now so I could just put cynical FPS in the chat. I miss TB. My eyes are glazing over. All right. Starting to see spots. Don't ever be born with fucked up eyes, Chad. It sucks. I know what I'm doing after stream today. Going for a fucking walk and getting away from screens for a bit. That's what I'm doing tonight. A yak has grown to become a yak cow. But bullshit aside, thanks for gifting a sub, Zycrom. Although, keep in mind, I am going to start ignoring your British everything is better joke because it was funny the first few times you made that joke. It's really getting old. So I'm just going to not acknowledge your jokes anymore. Just keep that in mind. Jokes are hilarious until they stop being hilarious. This is why memes are terrible. It's because they're hilarious the first 15 times you read them, and then after that it's like, really? Are you still making that same joke? I'll have to think of another joke to flog to death. Yeah. But here's like the key to it, right? The only flogging to death that needs to be flogged is flogging Molly, and Molly needs to be flogged to death. Everything else is within reason. Let's get that dealt with. Game saving. I listen to them sometimes when I'm in the right mood. I'm rarely in the right mood these days. Flogging Molly was always kind of one of those groups that I would listen to when I was drunk outside with friends, so haven't really been in that kind of a situation in a very long time. Flogging Molly, Great Big Sea, Spirit of the West, The Real Mackenzies, all those bands. Great for when you're out and drunk with friends, but being out with friends is illegal, let alone being out drunk with friends. Spring has arrived on the calendar. All right, these waves are making me nervous. This is going to be the main kind of challenge going forward here. Is going to be doing this without killing my dwarves. Keyword is actually without drowning the dwarves. Because those waves are going to go right up and over everything that we do here. Careful, dwarves. We're out of stone again. Springtime death approaches. Not in this fort. No one's old enough to die. It kind of sucks that the ocean spray doesn't count as waterfalls. No one's drowned yet. That's a lot of ocean spray, let me tell you. Holy shit. Look at the wave just like going up and over my walls too. And then it keeps going beyond it. You're thirsty? I mean, I guess, yeah. Salt water. KV boar was found starved to death. Oh, how unfortunate. Enormous wooden corkscrew. And pipe section. Because those are the current thing we need built. And we need a bunch of them. No one's fallen in yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to put pumps all the way around the outside of this. We're going to try and pump all of this stuff out. Better have a burial? It wasn't a named one. Oh, no, it was. You're right. I mean, I could actually do that. Totally have a spot for that. Allow pets. There we go. Don't forget to pasture your animals. They are pastured. Touch shriek. But also, I don't give a shit about cavies. So. Oh no, the cavie died. Oh, well, that's unfortunate, son. Your pet cavie died. How dare it? But yeah, it was pen pastured. There's probably just too much in the pasture. They're running out of food, which is okay. Same reason I had a horse die. Also, what's up, Mr. Touchstreak? Hello. Going to make charcoal and a few of these. Although I probably should wait for them to make charcoal before I make that. You're a weaver. You're jittery. Pretty strong though. Don't easily fall in love. You can handle stress. You can join the Thin Banners, our military squad. How about you, Gem Cutter? Jurist. Feel pleasure remembering a fine door. In terms of raising a family. Likes to brawl. Does not often feel lustful. Good. Is quick to anger. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. You can also join the military. I don't even know if I have a wood burner. Let's give you wood burning. Probably do, because somebody had to make it. There we go. You get very excited. Why? Because of the Eurist jokes? Eurist about to have something cool happen. Eurist jokes can be pretty funny, though. I won't deny it. Pero, I missed that initially, but it's looking like I'm trying to have Tarn on the stream every 3 months. Because I don't want to abuse his time. And I also want to have, like, you know, enough interesting things to talk about for it to be worth it. So yeah, it's looking like we'll have Tarn on the stream every 3 months-ish. So I think I'll ask him again sometime close to February. Around that kind of time frame. $3,200 power, eh? So that's gonna be pumped from the west. I need to know how much power this is gonna take. And I need to have a pretty good idea of how much power this is going to take. And in order to know, I need to construct a bunch of these. Because if I need to double up the power, I want to know that now. Then what we're going to do is we'll dig stairs down on the end. Actually, I could use stone walls for this, which would probably be smarter, but... let's just get that side built first. But yeah, no, the plan is to just have Tarn on the stream every 3 months or so. Hopefully we'll get there. Hopefully. All right. An enormous featherwood corkscrew. So now I need a bunch of engineers and architects. Might as well just assign a few people with engineering and architecture. Also, worth noting, good news. This morning we were able to finish funding the LEGO stream, so on Christmas Eve, aka the 24th of December, I will be building a LEGO kit on stream. I've got a very large crocodile locomotive kit, which should hopefully take a very long time, which we'll be building, which will be fun. Yeah, you're doing stuff. It's good to have your dwarves doing stuff. All right, well, at least they're getting those done. No one's drowned yet, which is incredible. That, I think, is the most impressive thing about this fort so far, is no one is drowned. Is it bad that I'm impressed by that, chat? I'm just so used to dwarves just, like, drowning left and right for, like, kind of no reason. Also, why is this so quiet? Skip the rest of that. Yeah, the only death we've had was to a dingo person. That was the wrong button. Screw pump. Pump from the east. Pump from the east. Pump from the east. Neil, thanks for the host. Hosts go a long way, they really do. Pump from the west. Pump from the west. Pump from the west. And pump from the west. All right, let's give a bunch of dwarves helpful jobs in this instance. You can have architecture. You can have a bunch of architects. It's actually kind of impressive that we have a wax worker in this fortress. They must have a lot of bees in the mountain home. There we go. Oh, one canceled. And thanks, you, Oslis. If you have any questions about the fort or what we're trying to do, let me know. My current goal, short version, is we're trying to build a fort underwater. So I'm going to pump this area out, and then we're going to construct in the middle of it. I'm being pretty modest in size because I'm limited with time, because I only have today to build this fort. Did I change my camera angle? Nope. Not in the last few days, anyway. Potentially too many dwarves. All working on this stuff at once. Wondering if this is even going to work the way I want it to. It's probably not. I think I know what I need to do, though. Because if you have a pump next to another pump, the first pump isn't going to power the second pump, I don't think. Water animations? I have a feeling there will probably be different tiles for flowing. Probably be very similar for this. I mean, right now we have, what, 3 different tiles? 2 tildes, a single tilde, and different colors of tildes. I have a feeling it'll be exactly the same for the Steam version, except with sprites. Giving the illusion of animations, but with minimal frames. Well, giving the illusion of movement with minimal frames. That's the word I was looking for there. Because all animations are an illusion, but... We know that water animations aren't in yet, because Tarn stated they aren't. So, we haven't seen that stuff yet at all. But yeah, no, I've had this camera angle for a couple of months now. I used to be over on that wall, and I used to be over on that wall. But this year, my stream has changed a shit ton from where it was last year. But anybody new here wouldn't notice, probably. Some migrants have arrived, really. That's kind of impressive. Oh. Oh, never mind. That's Metsos again.
Got some new migrants. Look at all the dead dingo people. All those D's there. Rip. Look at all the dwarves constantly dancing. There we go. Got dwarves felling trees. I think I thought it was different because it seemed you were further away than usual. Maybe you're just used to watching me when there's more lighting. It's possible that that's it. Okay, no, these are gonna power each other. Cool. Because it's definitely later in the day today. And also, because it's winter, it's darker in here. Regardless, thanks for the compliments on the camera angle, though. I try very hard to kind of give my stream a unique aesthetic, I think would be the word I'd use. A unique visual flair. In some respects, I think I do a very good job. In others, I think I totally fail, but... should have done this the easy way instead of the hard way. Oh well. Sure, it'll turn out just fine. I think I might go up and then down. Because I don't really want to just fill this up with water. So we'll do a gear assembly there. A gear assembly one above. I need to get rid of that tree first. Also, as always, just thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out today. It's been a chill stream today. Been kind of quiet, but chill. Considering, Twitch booted us offline, which I think I'm going to try streaming on a different server for a couple of weeks. As I've been streaming on Seattle for a while. But I think I'm going to switch to a different ingest server because I'm real fucking tired of Twitch booting us offline like that. It's just fucking rude. Time to gather a bunch of plants. It's nice to just have so many plain happy dwarves. These dwarves are all extremely happy, and this is kind of why I say it's super easy to deal with dwarven moods. Just give them a bed, doesn't need to be a particularly nice bed, a tavern, and a temple, and they're more or less happy for the most part. Like, you'll have some dwarves that are going to be whiny, but they're just going to be whiny regardless. It's just like real life, some people are just going to be whiny.
It would work for you. You wouldn't even need a temple. Some dwarves don't even need a temple. Wow. Sorry, that just kind of came out of nowhere. Didn't have time to mute. All right. Wow. BRB, I'm gonna go get some water. There's like something in my nose. Bah. It's like I just inhaled dust or something, and it just went in the wrong tube. Ah. Body did not like that. Okay. So right here. Sure. We'll make those go right through our bedrooms. That's totally fine. But yes, can confirm. Was painful. BMG. So we're going to put one right there and then one right there. Then once all these are done, we can hook them all up. Fortunately, they don't take much power, apparently. Trust me, there's plenty of things that I do on the daily that I would not recommend. Eurist, the wrestler, has given birth to a girl. Congrats, Eurist. All right, gear assembly. Horizontal axle. So in theory, this should already be powered up. There we go. And they've got a lot to construct. So I might have just been sneezing really hard, but I suddenly feel like I need to check my blood sugar. Nope, that's pumped from the east. I want you to pump from the west. So I'm gonna go do that. Back in a moment. Oh well. Regardless, I'm fine. I don't feel okay, but whatever. Won't worry about it too much. All right, let's do that and that. Why do they keep canceling that? Pump from the west. Pump from the west. Yeah, from the west. Chat, we checking in. How we all doing out there? You got suspended. Let's unsuspend you. Let's hope that that little pillar right there is enough. Still living? I hope you're still living. Be very concerning if there was unliving people watching. It's time to do a culling. I was very concerned until I read the part where that was in DayZ. Was very concerned for a second there. Wait, what? Truly made me say your name. Wait, what? All right. All right. I need a lever. A lever that can go like right here. Very curious to see if this is going to work. Got 2 more pumps to do, which are these 2. And then we'll get to see if these are going to pump out water hard enough to make a buildable square. They should. Yeah, that's actually part of the reason I stopped playing Phoenix Point, Zycrum. It's because the turns took too fucking long. It's like worse than XCOM in that regard. God damn. My YouTube channel's gotten over 100,000 views in the past month. Those are the numbers I was dreaming of a year ago. It's actually kind of crazy. It's absolutely crazy. God damn. Now I have the hiccups. First I had a sneezing fit, now I have the fucking hiccups. Kinda is, yeah. Fruits of my labor. I mean, it hasn't really started to pay off yet. Because currently it's still very much spikes, right? The occasional video does really well. In order to have maintained success on YouTube, you need a video to do well, and then you need everything else to kind of grow around it. But right now it's very much like one-offs, so like a video will do well for a couple of days, and then they fall off, which means I need to continuously keep up the same level of output of stuff that people want so that they keep watching. But we'll see. We'll see if it pays off. I won't know if it's going to pay off for a couple of, probably close to a year, I would say, from now. It's like at this point, it's like, oh, God damn it, that's not the button I wanted. Great gear assembly, it's A. That one will work. So I can shut the whole thing off if need be. Yeah, no, I won't know if all of the work has been worth it until probably after the Steam version is out. Probably until after the Steam version is out. Link item trigger. Item lost or destroyed. I'm sorry, what? Why would item be lost or destroyed? Let's try that again. Nah, fuck it. We'll just hook the thing up, see if it works. Let's just hook the thing up. Man, I wanted to go for a walk tonight. It is torrentially downpouring outside. It's like a torrent of rain. Okay, that keeps canceling. They must not be able to find gear assemblies. So let's make some more mechanisms. There's got to be one like that got knocked off of a cliff or something and dwarves can't actually gather it. Something's causing it to cancel. I don't know what. Yeah, no, I think when it comes to Phoenix Point, it really made me wish that more tactics games would embrace like small scale tactics instead of like, yeah, you need to have 5 soldiers versus like 15. It's like, I really like kind of small scale tactics where it's like, yeah, you have 2 dudes or 3 dudes versus like 2 or 3, which is one of the reasons I really like Battletech. It's because it's like, yeah, you have 4 mechs, and even that game gets kind of slow, but it's a very small number of mechs, and it feels a lot more intimate, and it's a lot more exciting to me. A human caravan has arrived. Interesting. I'm not even going to trade with them. Just got nothing to sell to them. Okay, I literally just need that gear assembly. Oh yeah, no, I mean, Battletech isn't without its problems. But I would say Battletech is my favorite tactics game to come out in the past, like, 5-10 years. It's hands down the most fun I've had with a tactics game. Nothing else comes close. Shoutouts to Dwarf Mommy carrying baby and Boulder to go make a mechanism for me. Yeah, there's something wrong. Yeah, no, that was my main criticism of it when I played it. Because I played it back during the original launch. And the world stuff was just kind of dull, and I was just like, well, actually, it's part of the reason why I really liked, even though I didn't finish it because chat thought it was boring to watch, and I got tired of people bitching about what it was, but it's one of the reasons I really liked that recent small XCOM spin-off game, is because it's like, oh, it's a small game that didn't outstay its welcome. It's like, oh, it's a 20-hour tactics game. Like, XCOM 2 is, what, a 70-hour game? Phoenix Point is like a 100-hour game. It's like, come on, just make a reasonable amount of time game. All right, here we go. Chimera Squad was nice because it respected my time. How you doing, pizza? And there we go. That's walkable. Bastet's been possessed. Oh, other Bastet's here. Bastet, you're a dwarf from previous forts here. Yeah, and everyone's here. You like longer length games and you cannot lie? I mean, a lot of people like padding in their games. I don't find that to be particularly helpful or useful or entertaining. If it's just padding, it's like, well, now you're just wasting my time. Says the guy who's trying to keep a dwarf fort alive for 1,000 years. Mm-hmm. I don't mind long games if it's long for a reason. I start to dislike long games if it becomes filler. And we'll do 2 upstairs and through that. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Actually, no, this is a very shitty way of doing this. Let's just do this instead. Look at all of that dingo person blood. Alright, well, most of that water's gone. Great minds, right? It's almost done drying up. There it goes. See, you can actually see tiles in the middle of it where it's drying up completely. Gotta love dwarven engineering, chat. See, now this is hurting my frame rate. This shit's hurting my frame rate. Other things I did, not so much. This is hurting my frame rate. Also, you know my name is Blind and not Blindy, right? It'd be like someone saying your first name and the first letter of your last name, but not actually saying your whole name. But how you doing, Impale? Nope, that's not my name. Pizza. My name is Blind IRL. No, you're hilarious. That's not funny, it's just genuinely annoying. It's like I'm just gonna intentionally say your name wrong because I'm hilarious. No, that's not funny. Come on. I have a name. Call me by my name. Cool. Bastet has everything she needs. Yeah, no, I've been fighting for years to try and drop the IRL off my name. And the reason the I is lowercase is because people thought it was an L when it was uppercase. Maybe I should just make it all lowercase and just say fuck it. Apparently my name is like incomprehensibly complicated to people. Baffles me as to why. Yeah, and they recently changed it too. Although on my screen it has a proper image, but that's because on my screen it's a different font. Oh, fish out of water. But yeah, no, it takes two for a joke to be funny. If only one person making the joke thinks the joke is funny and the other person doesn't think it's funny, it's not a very funny joke. Marble bracelet. Bastet the farmer has created Bastet, self-titled, a marble bracelet. She claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Khodol Roofhead. It's not worth very much. 10,800. This is a marble bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular marble cabochons and pig leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of marble and menaces with spikes of alpaca leather and yak leather. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to deconstruct this. Because I need a few other... Well, actually, no, let's not do that. Let's just see if I can do this. Let's just see if this works. Actually, before we do that, let's see if I can build. Marble blocks. See if we can do that. Or if they're just going to cancel that. All right, well, I got some dwarves coming to construct buildings. So far, so good. Is that is this the default tile set? No. This is the default tile set. Gotta zoom in a bit more, though. This is what the default tile set looks like. Glorious ASCII. Which is why, and I have it set up so I can do that immediately. So when people are like, streamer, why aren't you using a tile set? I can show them that I am using a tile set. And they'll actually believe me sometimes. Some people still don't believe me. And just double down on the, why aren't you using a tile set? It's like, well, I am, silly. But, yeah. All right, let's Let's see if I can get a wall built here. There we go. Well, graphical tile sets are one of a few types of tile sets. What are you doing down here, Dwarf? Just hanging out down here? This is not a very safe place to chill. Just throwing that out there. Not a very safe place to chill. But yeah, no, I think you're right. I think a lot of people expect tile sets to be graphical tile sets, which is, I guess, a fair assumption. Let's make 2 rock doors and a rock floodgate? No. Rock hatch cover. 1. Because I'm going to need one of those. All right, let's go down to here. Make a ramp going up on the outside. We're making pretty good progress, though. I think we're going to get this done. I was a little worried for a bit there, but I think we're actually going to be able to get this done. There it goes. Let's see if you're actually able to do this in time before this job cancels. See, that is vanilla. You know, being true vanilla. Something that really bothers me about streaming right now is initially when I start off streaming at the beginning of the day, I feel good. I feel pretty happy and pretty okay with just continuing to stream, right? But then by about, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours into the stream, there's just something about my day. Okay, this ain't working. This is not working. I shouldn't have done this so early. There's still too much water in here. Crap. It's okay though. I can fix this. Did they cancel that? Yeah, they did. Okay, let's fix that. Fix that too. Yeah, no, when people think, I mean, I had 2 questions today as to whether or not I'm playing the Steam version right now, so a lot of people like expect a lot of interesting things when it comes to DF. I wish they'd let me play the Steam version right now. That'd be mighty cool, but ain't that cool. No problem, Norstat. Glad I could provide. Thanks for hanging out. A single migrant has arrived. Logan the beekeeper. Come on, dwarves. Let's go. There we go. I need that hatch cover. Come on, get her done.
Gotta have somebody working on that hatch cover somewhere. There you go. Perfect. All right, let's channel 2 downstairs. And then make up downstairs going all the way down. That should help considerably. Considering they have to go up and over to get down in there now. There we go, we got that floor hatch. How do I want to do this? Let's do ramps up. And then here I'll do a set of walls, and we'll build up, and we'll build a bridge going up and over to that wooden wall over there. And then we'll be able to retract the bridge and hide down here in our ocean fort, which is technically underwater. Damp stone located. Jeez, I wonder why. Yep. Natural. Okay, how much water's in here? It's kind of a lot. Come on, guys. Can I dig out this? And this. If I need to channel it, I will. Petitions? Oh, the Company of Hail. In Oceanswamps require a guild hall. I can say okay to that. There we go. That's helping a little bit. All right, let's dig out this. Yeah, this will be fine. This will do it. I just need this water to spread out a little bit. See how much water you have? Yeah, it's immediately too much. Which means we're gonna have to do the same thing that we just did, which is dig around the outside here. But it's okay, all the water's just gonna fill up immediately. Just gonna be part of building this. There it goes. But hey, so far so good. We now successfully have built a entrance to a fort in an ocean. Although it's a little wet in here right now. Just a little bit wet, but that's okay. Currently, it's just an eccentric trait of the fort. Although they're going to continue canceling dig for a little bit. It's a little moist, yeah. A little wet, a little moist. I feel really bad for anybody who hates the word moist. Because the entire internet just wants them to know that they hate that word. And will just constantly remind them to the end of their days that they hate that word, so they're going to go out of their way to say it as much as possible. It's a really good description of everything that's wrong with the internet, honestly. Oh, you hate this thing? Okay, I will go out of my way to say it as often as possible. Oh, tons of times, yeah. Generally, dwarves are pretty good at, like, canceling jobs and getting out of shitty places like that. Generally, if it's digging, it's usually because they built themselves into an area. I find they're most likely to get themselves caught somewhere if they're digging. In a pit with a honey badger? So you had a dwarf die to a honey badger? Is that what you're saying? I mean, honey badgers are no fucking joke. Like, they will mess up your dwarves. Who won? Yeah, exactly. Who won? That is the right question to ask right there. This area's a little damp. This can't all be wet. Unless this is like somehow an aquifer. Nobody's died. Well, actually, that's not true. One person's died in this fort. We had one dwarf die to the dingo folk. Damp stone located, eh? There's no way in hell this whole area is damp, is it? Yeah, this must be an aquifer. Huh. Well, alright then. Let's just stare at this for a second and see if I see water spawning. Well, I mean, obviously water's going to come in from the surface. Yep, no, this is an aquifer. That's bizarre. Okay. Or there's an aquifer above this, one of the two. It's got to be above this. It's got to be this layer. So let's get this filled in with marble. It's got to be this layer. I mean, I don't really blame the dwarf for being shaken. Honey badgers are very misleading creatures, though. One of the most dangerous animals, like, on the continent that they're from. Just because of that locking jaw. All right. Let's unsuspend that. I read that as werewolves are surprisingly dangerous, and I had to read it a second time to understand what you were saying. I was very confused for a moment there. Screwed up that one at the end. That's supposed to be floor. So if these are aquifers, I will see the water popping up. Although I'm convinced it's just filling up from this layer. This is wild if this is actually an aquifer. I didn't realize sandstone could... Chat, can sandstone be aquifers? Can someone look this up? Yeah, it must be. I wouldn't say wolverines are surprisingly dangerous, because I don't think it's surprising in the slightest that they're dangerous. Wolverines are just fucking dangerous. That's kind of all there is to that. All right, well, I guess I'm just going to assume that that area is the aquifer. What are you doing? You're fishing? All right, that's a new one. All right, well, we'll repurpose that as a well. Yeah, we'll just repurpose that into a well and go up and over it. Although this is going to cancel constantly. Claws made out of candy. Excuse me, what? Actually, no, this is definitely an aquifer, because water just spawned right there. I thought it was because of their abusive parental problems. All right. Well, brain, stop being stupid. What the heck can I do here? How do I want to do this? Also, I read that as abobtainium, as in like abs, as in ab muscles. That's how I read that. And I like to think that there's a variation of unobtainium that's based off of abs. Right, we'll just build right here then. Because we need to go a little bit further down anyway. I mean, abs are pretty unobtainium for me anyway. Yeah, we'll just repurpose that into a well. It's fine. Yeah. It's really hard to, like, discern where aquifers are when there's just water falling down your mining shaft. Becomes a lot easier as soon as you know where the water's coming from. Cancels dig staircase. Seeking infant. Thanks. That's very useful. All right. Let's dig out this. When received, DF Wiki. You know, the DF Wiki is incredibly honest, serious, and helpful sometimes. And then sometimes it's just sideways jokes. See the Batmen page for details. Dwarves suspended the construction of Marble Bridge. Why? Please unsuspend the construction of Marble Bridge. Thank you. Sheesh. So, chat, should we just, like, cave in the pump mechanism for all of this? I think I might do that. And just have the bridge here. Just be like, yep, this is the entrance to the fort now. Those previous entrances, yeah, no, those are for old dummies. I mean, probably. You're probably not too far off there, to be totally honest with you. I'm really torn. My mom just sent me this really long text message about Christmas plans. And currently, where my head is, I don't even really want to do anything for Christmas. I just kind of want to stay home and stream. Like, quite literally. Like, it's weird for me, but I kind of almost just want to hang out with you guys instead of actually fucking streaming. Which is kind of weird, but... Come on, dwarves. There we go. Need those blocks to get in here. Water source vanished. I doubt that. But we are out of alcohol, so... Oh, never mind. Game's saving. Not going to say that that's necessarily a healthy place for my head to be, but it's definitely kind of where my head is. Granted, Christmas is on a Friday, which is supposed to be my day off. Give you anything? What, like financially? No. Unfortunately, no. Bits give me things, but they have to be purchased. And that's about it. But those cost you money. Bits give me things, subscriptions give me things, Prime subs give me things. Channel points are just completely pointless. User retention mechanic designed to make people watch the streams for longer. Which is fine, but financially they don't do anything. Ugh, why is there so much water here? I think that this is also an aquifer. What are you doing? Oh, you're fishing. That's odd. Okay. $99%? Is it? Maybe I should take tomorrow off. I don't know if you guys can tell, but streamer's not been in a good space for a while. So I need 2 people to throw 2,000 channel points is what you're saying. We're close. Alrighty, dwarves, come on. This has turned out to be an oddly technical fort front door, because that's literally all we've built today is a front door. Also, we haven't been attacked, even though we're like kind of right next to goblins, which I think is kind of funny. We're quite literally sitting on top of a bunch of goblins, and they haven't attacked us, so I guess count our blessings. Yeah, that's also an aquifer. Cheers, Talquin. Won't let you. Yeah, no, you can only do 2,000 per day with this. It's part of the conceit of the way the mechanic works, is you can only do 2,000 a day. Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to do this. BP, nope. Bar block stockpile. Ended up flooding a portion of the fort, which kind of sucks. But
We're down to slate, so that's good. Ooh, what's that? Saltfrite. Boo! Not particularly useful. Are you fishing? Nope, you're cleaning. Okay. Is that all dingo people blood? No, it's mud. Okay. I was gonna say that's a lot of blood if that's all blood. All right, so I've got that bridge. There's nobody down here. Let's just deconstruct that. Fill this thing back in. We'll see how this does. I'm gonna be curious. All right, so this will all fill back in now. All right. I think it's time to get rid of all of these machines. What do you guys think, chat? Because we have our front door done. Let's deconstruct that gear assembly. And deconstruct both of these. The waves don't seem to be colliding too much. So chat, do you guys like to watch things crash and burn? Well, crash and gurgle in this case. Traders are here to trade. Well, we're going to cave this into the ocean, because why would I deconstruct it nicely and neatly when I could just do it violently? I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. Give me some leather so that you shush. Sorry, I've got more important things to deal with right now. That's one half. And kerplunk. Ah. There it goes. And now we have an entrance to a fort in the ocean. We did it. Success. At least I consider this a success. And there we go. And the waves don't really splash up onto the sides either, so it's a little sketchy. But generally, I'd say it's pretty safe. Let's see if they can even get down there. Sorry, what? Why is there a whole bunch of dwarves in the water? Guys? Well, I mean, how deep is this? It's actually not deep enough for them to drown. Why are you guys going that way? Oh, I know why. You guys are trying to get all those items out of there. You idiots. Well, I mean, it's not an ocean fort if Trumpet Dog doesn't drown and King doesn't drown. And then Metsus becomes the expedition leader of the Rock Fountains of Salt. So they went to try and haul all of the items out of there from the caved-in area. And, well. Because Silver She and King and Trumpet Dog and almost all died. Von Deardy, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. How many died? 4, I think. If they weren't, I didn't think they'd try and path to haul that stuff, but turns out they did. Also, a cat died. I think that's a cat. Yeah, stray kitten. But Trumpet Dog died. King died. Silver She died. And almost died. You worry about yourself first. Worry about your music stuff later. Cheers. Well, welcome to the live streams. This is a day fort, so we... Point of these day forts is to, uh-oh, let's see where I screwed up. Is to do one unique fort every Saturday. But I've just kind of screwed up a little bit. That's okay, though. We're winding down. Doesn't matter. Just make it out of whatever. But the goal for today was to build a fort that had a functional entrance on, like, in the middle of the ocean, which I've done. So, success there. Although, I kind of accidentally drowned a couple dwarves just now. Aside from that, we're doing all right. All right, now that I got that done, I can very easily do this. Doesn't matter what we make it out of. Don't really care. Whatever's closest. Before these dwarves die. Yeah, so because this is a day fort, we just have to achieve the main goal, and the main goal is to build an entrance in the ocean, which we've succeeded on, even though we've had several failures in the last 10 minutes. That's okay. Is that underwater to the point where I can't dig there anymore? Yeah, it is. Which means I can just do this. High ceilings for the win. Because it's not filling anymore, which is good. I got all those aquifers plugged. Stray Kitten's been missing for a week. That's the least of your concerns. Yeah, I mean, as to be expected. I just want to have like a functional fort entrance, and then I'll move the stockpile in here, and at that point I'll kind of call this area done.
It's taken a long time, but we've gotten her done. Also, chat, can we get a proper round of beers? I realize we're kind of quiet this evening, but you're supposed to do the thing when resubs come in or new subs come in. Nobody did the thing. And I have to, like, complain to you, chat, because you guys have one job. And you didn't do it. I mean, I have you guys relatively well trained. Not today, apparently. Hey, Dave, how you doing? Yeah, I know, Shad. That's the holiday season. People get busy. People get lurky. It's gonna be lurk season for a little bit, honestly. Excuse me, what? I'm a little scared to dig through that wall. That's not what I wanted to do. Designate all, please. And this will be the actual entryway to the fort. Or entryway to the fort. Dwarf withdraws from society. Hey, our first depressed dwarf. It's okay, though. Won't be here much longer. Lurking while filling out Christmas cards? Yeah, like I said, it's that time of year. People get busy. People get lurky. Alright, so the goal for today was to successfully build a functioning entrance to a fortress in the middle of the ocean. We did that. Let's get rid of my stockpiles and go down here. And make a literally everything stockpile. Maybe not for that. What's the green stuff underground? Automated areas that are automated to be dug out. So the dwarf is automatically digging out everything in that ore vein. Look at all this store item in stockpiles. Here they all come. So with that, as messy as this fort was, I think I'm going to call this fort done. The deaths at the end there were a little bit big unfortunate. That part's kind of a bummer. But very entertaining fort, nonetheless. Some more migrants have arrived to replace those that died. What's a fortress without a couple unfortunate deaths? A boring fortress is what it is. It ain't a fortress without at least half a dozen oopsies. Although I feel like every single day, one-shot day fort we've done has like ended with hilarious comedy. Also, if one more person cheers 2,000 channel points, I get to take a day off tomorrow. So if you guys want me to take a day off tomorrow, just need someone to click some buttons. You're at max? Yeah. Most people are maxed for the day. That's why I'm fishing for one more person. So yeah, the water coming into the fort now is literally just from people running through the entrance, but I don't know what else I'm going to do about that. Yeah, it's literally... no, there's got to be an aquifer somewhere in here. What the heck? Oh, actually, I'll bet you. I think I know where it is. Bet you I know where it is. It's coming from the ceilings. Oh, you don't worry about cheering. This is channel points I'm talking about. You spend money on bits. It's the little triangular thing, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the channel points goal. It's one of the reasons I hate multiple fake currencies. I should probably just shut off channel points because it just confuses people. Yeah, no, I know it's confusing. So there's two different buttons on Twitch that I think are important to know the difference between. This button right here is where you buy channel point, or is where you buy bits to cheer. This is the channel points button. This one you just earn passively over time watching streams. This one you spend money on. All right, well, this fort's kind of a mess, but I will say that I think we did it. Yay, you found it. Perfect. So chat, should I take that day off tomorrow? I think I should take that day off tomorrow. Yay! You earned streamer a day off is what you did. So what we did today in this fort, we built this big above ground, well, kind of slightly below ground construction area, pumped water out of the ocean using all of those water wheels, and built an entrance in the ocean on a varied aquifer. And an alpaca has starved to death. Yeah, this fort's kind of a mess. But we're going to retire it for the time being. Solid little entrance in